Man versteht erst, was Helden sind, wenn man ihnen einmal nah war. Hautnah, ohne Menschentum, nur Technik. So viele magische Nächte du auch erlebt hast, damals fühlten sie sich anders an. Sterne, kein Dach und das Gefühl, dass alles möglich war. Wie soll ich dir erklären, was Drama ist, wenn du nie an deinem letzten Spieltag die Fassung verloren hast? Drama, so wie die Stadt es nie wieder gesehen hat. Emotionen waren hoch. Stadien betrunken. Minuten. Ewigkeit.
Verzögert, schießt an den Pfosten!
Und genau dann, als du glaubtest, alles erlebt zu haben, wurde der Traum Wirklichkeit.
Ribéry am 16er, Ribéry. Robin!
Vielleicht waren es die Momente. Vielleicht waren es andere Zeiten. Vielleicht waren es die Charaktere, die sie geprägt haben. Oder vielleicht ist das Besondere gar nicht verschwunden. Vielleicht bist du einfach zu jung, es zu vergessen.
Hello and welcome everyone. This is FC Bayern Legends Cup 2026. We are almost ready to get started. As you can see, it's the SAP Garden in Munich. It's sold out. There are so many fans from all over the country. 10,000 fans inside the SAP Garden, and we are, as you can see, almost ready to welcome the teams. And there are 6 teams participating today in Munich. In Group A, of course, Bayern Munich, and they will face Juventus Turin and Eintracht Frankfurt in the group stage. You've already caught a glimpse of Juventus Turin, and in Group B there's of course 3 teams as well. That's Real Madrid, Borussia Dortmund and Celtic. As you can see from here, as always, the Celtic kids in green and white, and of course many stars have found their way to Munich. Stilian Petrov, we can see him here already, the Celtic captain. Very famous still. Of course, he's retired many years ago, but still one of the biggest stars that Celtic has ever had within their club. So, in a few minutes, we will be ready to witness the first game this afternoon, and that will be Bayern Munich against Juventus Turin. This is Real Madrid. The legends from Spain have come to Munich as well. Many famous players from different generations, we would say. José Antonio Camacho, for example, the former Spain and Real Madrid coach, is today's coach as well. Ruben de la Red, José Callejon, Victor Flores, just to name a few of those players who all came to Munich this weekend. But of course, I know that many of you listening and watching at home Now waiting for the Bayern team as well, of course, and there are some other German teams participating as well. This is Borussia Dortmund, Roman Weidenfeller, the keeper and team captain. Mats Hummels, former Bayern player as well, today playing for Borussia Dortmund. And as you can hear from the background, there's not too many Dortmund fans in Munich today. Kevin Großkreuz, Marcel Schmelzer, that's the Munich boy. He still lives in Munich. Mats Hummels playing for Dortmund this afternoon. Nice to see him back. Patrick Ovomoyela. Lots of players who played against Bayern in the 2013 Champions League final at Wembley. And of course, speaking of Wembley, Arjen Robben, Franck Ribéry and many others will enter the pitch shortly. But of course, we want to have a look at the guests lineup first. So it's time to welcome the team from Frankfurt, Eintracht Frankfurt here as well. Many players with lots of Bundesliga games under their belts. And I've already mentioned that, of course. Players from lots of different generations coming to Munich. Maurizio Gaudino, nice to see him. Charlie Körbel is back. Oka Nikolov. Thomas Ernst, we've seen him already. The keeper, there he is. Makoto Hasebe. Sebastian Rode, also used to be a Bayern player. He's back for Eintracht Frankfurt. Rudi Bommer. Erwin Skela. Thomas Zampach, with the nickname Zampe on his back, on the shirt. And you can hear Stefan Lehmann, the stadium announcer that you probably know from Allianz Arena. He's the master of ceremony today as well, together with Franzi Müllers, who you can hear as well in the background. And that obviously is Juventus Turin, Bayern's first opponent, that we will see in a few minutes. Angelo Di Livio, Paolo Montero, Hernanes, Sebastian Giovinco coming to Munich as well. Great to see him back. Antonio Cimenti, Alessio Tacchinardi, number 20 on this back. Played for Juventus for 13 years, more than 250 games for Juventus. And Vincenzo Iaquinta, probably one of the most famous players from Juventus. He's in the squad as well. And of course, you've all been waiting for Bayern Munich, and here they are. The team captains are Raimund Aumann and Philipp Lahm. Great atmosphere in the SAP Garden, especially, of course, after the 5-1 win yesterday from Bayern Munich at RB Leipzig. That's another reason to enjoy that afternoon of football.
Des FC Bayern München und weiß, was so schön passt. Let there be light. Hier sind die Legenden des FC Bayern München. Vorneweg unsere Trainer. Angeführt. Kommt raus, Jungs. Philipp Lahm. Unser Weltmeister, die Nürnberger Münchner. Raimund Aumann. Unser Trainer bei der Wiedersehen mit Jürgen Klinsmann, unsere Nummer 18. Sebastian Rudi. Unsere 26, Diego Contento. Unsere 22, Tom Starke. Mit der 22, nicht nur ein Topmann im Tor, auch im Feld. Jörg Butt. Unsere 11 bei der FC Bayern Legende. Ivica Olic. Ein Mann von uns aus Bayern, aus dem Allgäu. Unsere 28, Holger Backschuber. Mit der 13, Rafinha. Im roten Bayern-Trikot mit der Nummer 9, Mario Mandzukic. Und vergessen auch unsere Perle im Sturm, Giovanni Elba. Mit der Nummer 17, wie schön auch er ist in München, Marc van Bommel. Und jetzt, Freunde, zückt bitte alle die Taschentücher, so schön normal zu sein. Hier ist unsere Nummer 7, Ladies and Gentlemen, hier ist Franck Ribéry. Sein kongenialer Partner im gemeinsamen Bayern-Zeit. Hier ist Mr. Wembley. Hier ist unsere Nummer 10. Hier ist Arjen Robben. Und last but not least, der zweifache Weltfußballer. Viele Jahre, die Knochenhände gehalten, so viele Titel gewonnen mit dem FC Bayern München. Hier ist Lothar Matthäus.
Oh wow, amazing to see that lineup from different generations as well, of course. Lothar Matthäus, Franck Ribéry, Arjen Robben and many others for Bayern on the pitch today. We've seen Roy Mackay as well. He was just there in the background. He's not going to play today, but nice to see him. So we have some minutes left before kickoff, and then the first game will be Bayern Munich against Juventus Turin in the group stage. The match duration is going to be 10 minutes, and this is the CEO, Jan-Christian Driesen. Of course, we want to listen to what he says to the fans and the audience.
Das ist gelebte Geschichte heute und das ist ja auch unser Motto heute. Also, ja, liebe Fans, liebe Bayern-Familie und natürlich ihr, liebe Legenden, dieser Anblick ist absolut irre. Herzlich willkommen
Dear fans
im
and
restlos
dear legends,
ausverkauften SAP-Garden zum
it's
diesjährigen
amazing to
Legends
see
Cup
that SAP Garden is
2026.
sold out.
Wir sind stolz, dass wir mit Real Madrid und mit Borussia
are
Dortmund zwei Rückkehrer
really
haben
proud
vom letztjährigen Franz Beckenbauer Cup, der ein solcher
to
Erfolg
have
war,
Real Madrid
dass wir
and Borussia
uns
Dortmund
kurzum
back from last year's
entschlossen
Franz
haben, wir wollen
Beckenbauer
das
Cup.
immer machen. Wir wollen unsere Legenden öfter
And
sehen und
then
wir wollen
we
diesen
decided
Legends Cup
that we have to do that
aufleben
again.
lassen.
The tournament
Wir
was so
freuen
great
uns
last
sehr,
year and we want to see the
dass wir
legends
mit-
more often.
Jawohl. Und wir freuen uns natürlich sehr, dass wir mit Juventus Turin, mit Celtic Glasgow und mit
Of
Eintracht
course, we are
Frankfurt
welcoming
3 absolute
Juventus
Traditionsclubs, die
and
heute neu
Celtic
begrüßen dürfen und damit ein
and Frankfurt
sicherlich ganz
to
spannendes
Munich
Turnier
as
hier
well,
heute sehen werden.
and I'm sure that this is going to be an exciting tournament today.
Das Motto des Legends Cup 2026 ist Making History Present. Und genau darum geht es. Wir lassen Geschichte aufleben. Und ja,
The
wenn
headline
ich
of
diese
today's
Mannschaften sehe
Legends
und
Cup is
an die Line-Up mir die
Making
anschaue,
History
dann
Present.
kommt mir sofort das Thema Wembley 2013 in den
And
Sinn.
of course,
Wir haben
when
damals
I
in einem packenden Viertelfinale
look back in
Juventus
history,
Turin geschlagen.
I immediately have to
Borussia
think
Dortmund konnte Real Madrid im
about
Halbfinale
Wembley in
ausscheiden.
2013. We all
Und dann
remember
haben wir
that
heute
final
hier alleine 10 Spieler aus den beiden
we played
Finalkadern mit im Aufgebot
against
stehen. Unglaublich.
Borussia Dortmund, and we have 10 of the players that played in Wembley back then today in Munich. So 10 finalists from the Champions League
Begrüßungen
final.
sollen nie zu lange sein. Und deswegen
2013
wünsche
are
ich
back.
Ihnen allen heute einen tollen Nachmittag, uns gemeinsam spannende Spiele, faire Duelle und natürlich diese besondere Atmosphäre, von der ich sicher bin, dass unsere Legenden sie wieder
I wish you all a
empfangen
great afternoon
Viel Glück
here,
allen
and
Teams.
let's
werden.
hope
Der Legends Cup
for exciting games.
2026 ist hiermit eröffnet. Danke.
And the Legends Cup is officially opened by the CEO Jan Christian Dresen. So now I believe that the teams that are not playing in the first match are leaving the pitch now, and then Bayern as well as Juventus Turin will be getting ready to kick off the first match.
Sehr offensiv. Ihr werdet überrascht sein, aber wir setzen heute alles auf Offensive. Spektakel.
So wie im vergangenen Jahr. Ne? Ich erinnere mich 4-0 im Finale gegen Real Madrid.
Hoffe ich, dass wir es wiederholen können, aber die Vorrunde war letztes Jahr ein bisschen holprig und deswegen wollen wir heute gleich vom Start weg zeigen, was wir drauf haben.
Da ist die Frage, warum spielst du eigentlich nicht?
Schaut mal unsere Kader an. Für mich hat es nicht gereicht.
Und du bist defensiv. Deswegen, das ist in Ordnung. Vielen, vielen Dank, Philipp. Wir drücken euch die Daumen.
Es geht gleich los. Herr Heidemann, vielleicht ganz kurz noch vorneweg ein paar Takte, weil es einfach passt und weil wir das sonst in der Arena genauso machen. Ihr alle wisst, das Geschenk der Südkurve an den Verein zu 125 Jahren zusammen mit Welttenor Jonas Kaufmann einen wunderbaren Song. Ihr könnt alle mitsingen. Hoch die Schals, hier ist immer vorwärts FC Bayern. Bitte zum Tanz die erste Partie der FC Bayern gegen Juventus Turin.
So let's get that party started. We are ready to go, and of course, more importantly, the players are almost ready to go as well. We have a little bit of time to talk about the mode that is important, of course, today. So there's two groups, Group A and Group B, consisting of 3 teams each. All teams in the group phase each other once, and the first 2 teams in each group qualify for the semi-finals. And of course, then there's the semi-final and the final later tonight. Playtime is 10 minutes in the group stage, so there's no second half. It's just 10 minutes, no changeover or something like that. And that's the first shot on goal from Juventus. Marc Giuliano tries his luck there, but now Franck Ribéry is in possession for the first time, and of course that's always a good option to use that LED board that goes all around the pitch as well. It's like an additional player if you use it correctly. By the way, the pitch is oh, that's a great shot from Franck Ribéry, but great save as well. The pitch is 32 times 20 meters, so it's quite similar to what you know from when you're playing in winter sometimes. In a court like that, and now almost Bayern would have scored the first goal. 9 minutes remaining, and important to say is that the clock will not be stopped unless there's a goal scored in the last minute of the match, or there needs to be an injury stoppage. But apart from that, the game will resume at all times. And I believe that we've just witnessed the first goal of the tournament from Juventus Turin. While we've seen that slow motion still, we can say that Sebastian Giovinco has scored. The forward that we all know from Juventus Turin played 92 games for Juventus. That today, well, that does not count as number 93 because it's not an official one, but it's great to see him back as well. Ribéry in possession. Robin waiting to receive that ball. No foul, apparently. At least that's what the referee decides. And almost there would have been another chance for Juventus. That's the referee cam, and the referee, by the way, is Bernd Heinemann. I'm sure you all know him. Robben cannot score here. Corner for Bayern because goalkeeper has touched the ball last. So Bernd Heinemann is the referee. More than 150 Bundesliga games. He was at the Euro 96 and the World Cup 98. And that's Bayern's first goal of the tournament. Franck Ribéry, 3 minutes into the game. That didn't take long, but he scores the equalizer. And there was nothing Marco Storari, the keeper, could have done about that. Franck Ribéry, 9 times Bundesliga champion. And another one for Juventus. It's hard to keep track here. Again, Sebastian Giovinco. Second goal for him. Klaus Augenthaler is on the pitch there as well. Contento, Ribéry, Robben and Augenthaler for Bayern. There always have to be 4 players on the pitch, and it's not allowed to replace the goalkeeper by a 5th field player. So there needs to be a goalkeeper at all times. Hans-Jörg Butt saves that shot by Vincenzo Iaquinta. Iaquinta had a long spell at Udinese Calcio. Then he went to Juventus and became a legend there. And Moreno Torricelli on the pitch there as well for Juventus. The 55-year-old, still fit and in good shape. Another goal for Juventus. Antonio Cimenti, no, it was Giovinco. They both have the number 12 on their back, so that's sometimes not that easy to see from the beginning. For example, Lothar Matthäus and Arjen Robben, they both wear the number 10 jersey. So that's something that is allowed in the Legends Cup. 5 minutes have been played and 5 minutes are still remaining in that first game. Sebastian Rudi on the pitch for the first time, and he scores immediately. Played for Bayern in the 2017-2018 season. Sebastian Rudi. First time in possession, first shot on goal, and first goal for him. Iaquinta, the Juventus forward. Bayern pressing higher now, trying to attack earlier. Ribéry, Mandzukic, the equalizer by Mario Mandzukic, another Champions League winner from 2013. Ribéry passes the ball to Mandzukic. Party like it's 2013. Ivica Olic on the pitch now for Bayern. Players can be substituted at all time, so whenever they feel like it's a good time, probably mostly when you're in possession and you can't concede a goal during the substitution, that's always a good time. And that almost would have been a nice pass for Marc van Bommel. The aggressive leader is back in business. That's a thrilling game of football here. The first of the tournament. 3 minutes remaining. Rudi. Power play for Bayern, and that is the lead that Bayern take. 4-3, Marc van Bommel. Bayern in the lead for the first time. Right in time. This is exactly what the 10,000 fans in SAP Garden want to witness and want to see. Lots of goals, lots of excitement and joy on the pitch. And Stefan Lehmann, he can't stop talking about the goal scorers, because there have been 7 goals in 7 minutes. Mark Giuliano in possession now. Jürgen Klinsmann, Giovanni Elber. They are all ready to play in the final minutes. Holger Badstuber, great to see him back healthy. He's had so many injuries, unfortunately, during his career. Retired at 33. Olic again. Stavari saves it, but Bayern get a corner from the right. Rafinha hits the post, I believe. One minute remaining from now on. So if one of the teams scores a goal now, the time will be stopped. Oh, that was a foul, probably the first of the game, against Hernanes, who mostly played for Lazio during his career, but had a 2-year-long spell at Juventus, and that makes him a Juventus legend, so he's of course welcome in Munich as well. There he is, number 11. Hans-Jörg Butt, who scored 37 penalties. I'm sure you all remember one of them, a very famous one, an important one against Juventus. For now, he remains in goal, but you never know. 5 seconds remaining, almost. There would have been another match, another goal in this match for Bayern, but the result is 4-3, successful start to the tournament for Bayern. They beat Juventus, and that's already really important when it comes to reaching the semi-finals. Great start into the tournament for Bayern.
Wir freuen uns in Kürze auf die Partie zwischen Borussia Dortmund und Celtic Glasgow. Kleiner Hinweis, am Block E, wie Nino, B8, treffen wir jetzt an unserer Autogrammwand Roy Mackay, Legende, das Phantom. Roy Mackay schreibt Autogramme jetzt an Block E8.
So, und wir kommen zu unserem ersten Publikumsspiel. Sponsored by Adidas. Ich habe hier schon 2 Schuhe in der Hand. Ich würde sagen, das ist so das Wichtigste, wenn es um Performance und Leistung auf dem Fußballplatz geht. Und ja, das ist eine wichtige Entscheidung, die man da zu treffen hat. Ist es entweder Chaos und Unberechenbarkeit oder ist es Kontrolle? Was möchte man auf dem Platz haben? Das muss jeder Spieler für sich entscheiden. Das muss aber auch ihr entscheiden. Und ich habe mir hier tatkräftige Unterstützung geholt für ein kleines Spiel, und das lautet Lattenschießen. Und zwar haben wir 5 Gewinner hier. Hans-Jürgen, Sandra, Max, Christian und Miri. Erstmal herzlichen Glückwunsch, schön, dass ihr da seid. Und damit ihr nicht ganz alleine seid, machen wir jetzt 2 Teams mit jeweils einem Kapitän bzw. einer Kapitänin. Herzlich willkommen. Zum einen Giovanni Elber, wir haben dich gerade schon auf dem Platz gesehen. Schön, dass du da bist. Und Linda Rahman von den FC Bayern Frauen. Herzlich willkommen, Linda. So, damit wir gleich reinstarten können, Sie schon aufgeregte Gesichter, werde ich euch das mal ganz kurz erklären. Also, Team Gelb, Chaos plays loud. Team Rot, Control stays cold. F50 gegen Predator. So heißen diese beiden Schuhe hier. Und ich habe das mal wie folgt aufgeteilt. Linda, du führst Team Gelb an, den F50, zusammen mit Hans-Jürgen, Sandra und
Mladen Petric, Marcel Schmelzer are in the house. And of course, he's here as well because it's pretty much his house. Uli Hoeneß, the SAP garden. He was very much in favor of the SAP garden being built. And it's great to see him here as well for the FC Bayern Legends Cup, signing autographs, of course, for young fans as well. And Borussia Dortmund versus Celtic is the second game of the Legends Cup. Bayern have started successfully into the tournament with a 4-3 win against Juventus, and now Roman Weidenfeller as well as Stilian Petrov are the two team captains. Mats Hummels, of course, former Bayern player, is playing for Borussia Dortmund today in the defense area, let's say. It's not really a back two because there's so much movement within those 10 minutes, but at least, well, let's say he's playing next to Patrick Ovomoyela, Kevin Grosskreutz and Mladen Petric starting for Borussia Dortmund. Johnny Hayes is the forward for Celtic. Now, let's go. By the way, the goalkeeper, Roman Weidenfeller in that case, may cross the halfway line, and he's also allowed to score goals if needed, so he doesn't have to stay in goal. First shot on goal for Celtic, and first goal from Johnny Hayes, the forward that I just mentioned, 38 years old, retired in 2024, so he's played until 1.5 years ago, retired at Aberdeen, but still he's a Celtic legend. Celtic in the lead. But that doesn't really mean anything. Juventus have taken the lead against Bayern as well, and in the end Bayern won the match. Another shot on goal from the Scottish side. That was no goal. First shot on goal from Borussia Dortmund, and another chance now. Well played from Kevin Grosskreutz, and Mladen Petric scores. Played for Borussia Dortmund for one season only, 2007 and 2008. Scores the first goal for Borussia Dortmund at the Legends Cup. Hummels, oh, take care, Mats. Be careful there. Almost would have been an own goal from the Munich-based Dortmund player. Petric slipping away there on the grass. That is artificial, of course. Michael McGovern is the goalkeeper for Celtic. Charlie Mulgrew playing as well. After the game, somebody should ask Mats Hummels if that was on purpose. He's probably going to say yes, but in fact it wasn't. Great defending, with a lot of luck in that case. Antonio da Silva and Sokratis Papastatopoulos on the pitch. Juhu Park as well for Borussia Dortmund. And Marcel Schmelzer. Da Silva. Of course, there's no offside rule in that indoor tournament. And if there happens to be a free kick, it must be taken indirectly. Minutes is playtime in the group stage. In the semi-final is 2 times 6 minutes, including the changeover at halftime. Nice save from Michael McGovern. Shot was from Sokratis Papastatopoulos. Florian Kringe on the pitch now. He's a Bundesliga champion from 2012, but he only played 13 minutes in the whole season. But still, that's enough for being a Bundesliga champion. And the back pass rule is in place as well. So in case of an intentional back pass, the goalkeeper cannot touch the ball with his hand. Giovanni Elber always has time for his fans. Nice to see that. Great atmosphere. Players had a team dinner yesterday already, and there's going to be another dinner today after the tournament. Less than 4 minutes remaining in that first match of Group B. Long pass. That's actually not really successful in an indoors tournament. But anyway, you can give it a try. Kringe gets the ball, but that was a foul first. Gets the ball here. Jehu Park playing for Borussia Dortmund now. Only played 7 games for Dortmund in his career. Had a long spell at Mainz before that, and that's a good chance for Celtic Glasgow. Quite huge opportunity to score another one. Still the draw, 1 goal each. Christian Gamboa playing Celtic now. Sokratis takes the shot. A full power shot, but Michael McGovern saves that as well. 41-year-old keeper. Hummels. Mats Hummels tries to score with his left foot, and almost Kevin Grosskreutz would have scored a header. That happens rarely in indoor tournaments, but again, Michael McGovern saves that one. He's the player of the match so far. 90 seconds remaining. Less than that. Da Silva. And Papastatopoulos again. But there's nothing they can do, really, against Michael McGovern, who has started at Celtic in 2001, 25 years ago. And we have reached the final 60 seconds. Hummels playing as a forward now. Nothing holds him back there. Petric tries to take that shot. But of course, there's just no space in that indoor pitch. You don't have much time, you don't have much space. What you need is a great technique, and that's what most players have. They've all been pros, of course. No, that's not gonna work. That corner. They're going for the headed goal, but that is not successful here. 5 seconds remaining. Looks like it's going to be a draw in the end. And in fact, it really is. Or isn't it? No, it's not! That was... I think it still counts. They have stopped the clock in the final few seconds because the ball went out. And then all of a sudden, Dortmund really scored the winner. And what a beautiful one that was. Mladen Petric with a bicycle kick between Michael McGovern's legs. Wow, beautiful goal. And Borussia Dortmund win their first game as well, just like Bayern did before. Borussia Dortmund 2, Celtic 1. And the next game will be Juventus Turin against Eintracht Frankfurt.
Bist du zuversichtlich? Nee. Sehr gut. Wie sieht es bei dir aus? Nee, perfekt. So, 3 Schüsse. Wer möchte anfangen? Wo startet? Das sieht schon gar nicht mal so schlecht aus. Boah, knapp. So, ich muss den Ball nicht selber rausschießen. Perfekt. Trade. Das ist die Strafraumhöhe. Aber die Linie ist weg. Ganz die falsche. Aber du hast ja noch 2 Minuten. Also, der war jetzt der Flo, weil der hat ja mit ins Tor getroffen. So, aber Flo, du machst wieder als nächstes. Oder Train möchtest du von dem so? Immer abwechseln. Das sieht schon besser aus als beim ersten Mal. Ich gehe mal schon. Damit will ich nachher den VR kaufen. Also ich würde sagen, das sind so 5 Zentimeter. Aber ihr dürft ja alle beide nochmal. Flo, du bist dran. Draußen in den Publikumsrängen. Schaut mal auf den Würfel, da gibt es nämlich gleich einen QR-Code. Und ihr könnt einen Modernisierungsgutschein gewinnen von bis in Höhe von 1.000 €. Jetzt schauen wir hier nochmal auf den letzten Würfel von Trade. Das sind 50 Zentimeter. So, signiertes Trikot von unserer Legendenmannschaft. Schau mal, halt das gerne nochmal in die Kamera, damit das alle sehen. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Und wer jetzt noch weitere Fragen hat zum Thema Heizen, Lüften, Kühle, der kann sich natürlich auch am Wissmannstand im Umlauf nochmal beraten lassen, direkt heute hier. Also es ist einiges geboten und jetzt dürfen sich die Mannschaften bereit machen, die als nächstes am Start sind. Und zwar, ich habe es gerade schon angekündigt, Eintracht Frankfurt gegen Juventus Turin.
Hello and welcome back everyone to coverage of the 2026 Legends Cup. Juventus against Eintracht Frankfurt. We're already underway in a tournament that's catching the eye. Great to see the hark back to some of these wonderful players that in their heyday were tearing things up in the top tiers all around Europe. James Thorogood, your match commentator. Thank you to my colleague Mario Hara for taking care of the first couple of matches. Saw some pretty good goals. We're hoping that we get the same here. Juventus getting on the front foot early and already a couple of saves made for Frankfurt. And another. Oka Nikolov, the Greek shot stopper, showing off his skill still, and now at the other end, Marco Storari. Stinging the palms there. Oh, the first goal goes the way of Eintracht Frankfurt. Erwin Skeller turning that one home. Quickly taken corner. First time finish. Neat footwork there, but it doesn't quite work out. Of course, rolling substitutions unlimited. We'll see plenty of rotation. Makoto Hasebe winning out at the back for Eintracht Frankfurt. Lofted into the air here at the SAP Garden in Munich. Here, Quinta trying to make his mark up front as the pivot man, the number 9. Oh, now Juventus get the equaliser. Sebastian Giovinco, player that's made for this type of tournament. Such a technically gifted player. Now Hasebe looking for a goal of his own. Didn't get many of those during his playing career. Legendary status in the Bundesliga, especially with Eintracht Frankfurt. Oh, cheeky play. There's a block on the shot though from Hernandez. Now Hasebe brings it forward. And gets it back, edge of the area, looks for the shot. Doesn't come off Iaquinta. Oh, lovely play by Vincenzo Iaquinta. Got to appreciate that ingenuity in taking the chance to make it 2-1 for Juventus, who have come from behind to lead. What kind of response will we now see from Eintracht Frankfurt? Lovely format, so sharp, and that's a sharp save in the end from Nikolov again. Bastian Chipka and Thomas Zampach on the ball here, both wearing the number 6 to confuse us a little bit more. You can get away with those types of things in a tournament like this. Juventus collapsing the lines. Might be 5-a-side, but can't neglect your defending in games like this. Oh, that's a cheeky ball from Zampach. Hasebe closed down quickly by his opponents. Everyone appreciating, hopefully, that Iaquinta goal. Showing off his skills when it comes to improvisation. Graceful goal scorer in his playing days. Pinned in the corner. And it's worked out well for Frankfurt. You get the corner, want to take it quickly. Paulo Montero trying to block the corner that's taken short. Zampach went for the snapshots and follow-up effort, hitting the hoardings as well. You can hear the stadium announcer, Stefan Lehmann, going through some of the rules about the fact there's no offsides in this type of format either. A couple of things to keep an eye on, but I won't bore you with all the rules. Ultimately, it should be free-flowing football, where we shouldn't have to dip into the rule book too often. These players well apprised of the letter of the law in this 5-a-side format. A loose pass there. Won back well by Moreno Torricelli. Goes back to Chimenti, excuse me. Nice slick passing, and Iaquinta with another goal. A more routine one this time, but a fine finish that crept under Oka Nikolov. 2 goals for Iaquinta. Might get another on for a hat-trick, and he's got it in off the post. Angles, what angles? That's an effort that Pythagoras would have been proud of. Cheeky drop with the shoulder in the mix as well, but that is Vincenzo Iaquinta showing off his fine goal-scoring skills. Things going from bad to worse now for Frankfurt. That's how quickly things can go in tournaments like this, as Angelo Di Livio gets in on the goal-scoring act to make it 5-1. That opening goal, courtesy of Skella a distant memory now. The Eintracht Frankfurt legends here. Juventus bouncing back from that 4-3 defeat to Bayern in the opening game. Giovinco, little 1-2, and went for that first time volley. Yeah, sometimes you've got to try things a little differently down on the hoardings, but in the end, Antonio Cimenti diving in at the feet of Maurizio Gaudino. We see the effort from Delivio again. Man who had the nickname of Soldatino, the toy soldier. Couple of minutes remaining. No real pressure on Juventus to make anything happen. On course for their first win of the tournament. And now, right now, Frankfurt's players just chasing shadows. Very nifty play, and it opens up for Giovinco. Quickly closed down by Bastian Oczipka. Hasebe now goes down the other end, looking for an immediate response, and that's a good finish from Makota Hasebe to make the scoreline look a little bit more respectable. Frankfurt's first game of the tournament. Would have wanted to give a better account of themselves. Brilliant turnout, you have to say, at the SAP Garden as well. Breaks for Juventus, and Nikolov with a good save to deny Torricelli. Into the final minute. Couple of step-overs in the mix. Oh, the devilish delivery in the end from Hernandez. No one on the end of it. Giovinco picks up the pieces. Back to Hernandez. Will they go for a sixth or settle for five? Oh, it's a fierce effort from range that doesn't come off. Torricelli first to the loose ball. Goes all the way back to Cimenti. Giovinco, little turn of pace. Such a tricky customer. And I think that hit the post from Giovinco. Man who scored a hat-trick against Bayern. The hat-trick this time was from Vincenzo Iaquinta, as Juventus bounced back from defeat in their opener with a thrilling 5-2 win against Eintracht Frankfurt, who took the lead but had no response once the goals started flowing. That's how you set the tone in proceedings. Everyone enjoying themselves at the Legends Cup. You can understand why. And after seeing Eintracht Frankfurt in action for the first time this afternoon, up next, Real Madrid make their tournament bow against Borussia Dortmund, who won their first group fixture in the last second. So join us again shortly for that game between Real and Dortmund.
Wenn ihr jetzt da oben seht, wir brauchen jetzt für euch natürlich eine Zeit. Also, ja, ein bisschen Gelder machen, genau, und fahren mal auf Option. Der Junge mit den grauen Haaren, der schon sagt, ja, junger Mann. Ja, ihr beide, genau. Würdet ihr euch diese Schicke-Frisur machen lassen, einer von euch? Nein. Daneben. Ja, die Jungs würden es machen. Oder zeigt ihr nur mal? Okay, Papi, wie sieht es für dich aus? Nein. Die Frau daneben. Auch nicht, alles klar. In Block 1, wenn jemand den Motor macht, diese Frisur, steht doch einfach mal auf. vereinfachen. Okay, ich muss noch mehr brauchen. Es gibt noch zusätzlich Mannschaften noch was, wo sie brauchen, wenn es nicht richtig lohnt. Alles klar. Wollen wir die nächste Fußball beenden? Ich glaube, das ist sonst eine Woche. Dann müssen wir noch mal warten. Also, den Schwein. Wer wird sich denn jetzt hier in dieser Halle mal trauen, die Schweine zu machen? Ich sehe ihn. Nee, du hast einen Satz zu hören. Okay. Ja, junger Mann, dem Zito. Alles klar. Komm, einmal runter jetzt zum Block 1. Denn, wie ist der Zufall so will, haben wir ja eine Gesellschaft. Komm mal, wir zeigen es mal. Die Jungs vom Boden sind nämlich da, um sich genau um solche Spezialleute zu kümmern. Da sind sie schon. So. Liebes Team vom Golden Platz, erstmal, wie heißt du als du? Dillo. So die klassischen Schweine, die zu easy, oder? Sehr gut, dann kommt jetzt hier der erste Kunde. Da wird hier ein bisschen kleinen Stufen geliefert. Du hast jetzt, sagen wir mal, 1-2 Stunden Zeit. Dann gucken wir nochmal. Aber das mit der Farbe ist vollkommen. Sehr gut, okay. Dann kommen wir ruhig zu uns. Wie heißt du? Christian. Christian, bist du bereit für die Schiff-Episode? Okay, alles klar. Dann setz dich schon mal auf den Stuhl. Jetzt geht's los. Wir gucken gleich nach dem Ergebnis. Und weil ich bereit erklärt hast, darfst du natürlich auch noch ein bisschen unten. Schön Weg hier nach Feld. Ist das was? Erklär ich dir gleich nochmal. Wir schon mal die Farbe an. Sehr gut. Seid ihr da auf dem Platz bereit für das nächste Spiel oder sollen wir noch einen zweiten Ehe finden für den Fußball? Da habe ich hier schon einige gesehen.
Der Golden Cut, witzige Nummer, die suchen. Bitte hat sich absichtlich eine Kamera aufgesetzt. Damit keiner auf den Gedanken kommt.
So Freunde, wir warten auf das, was da kommt, denn wir freuen uns alle auf das weiße November, auf die Königlichen. Es steht an, ein Legends Cup an diesem schönen Sommernachmittag in München. Das hat die Partie zwischen Real Madrid und Borussia Dortmund.
And we are back with the next group game in this Legends Cup 2026. Real Madrid against Borussia Dortmund. Dortmund with a 2-1 win in their opener, courtesy of that spectacular Mladen Petric overhead kick in the dying embers. Quite a star-studded lineup brought in by Borussia Dortmund for this tournament. Plenty of players, including Patrick Obermayela and Mats Hummels on your screen there, that won 2 league titles and a domestic double with the club. Real Madrid, of course, in white, Dortmund in their famous black and yellow. See what these two sides can produce after we had a 7-goal thriller between Juventus and Eintracht Frankfurt. Already invited forward the goalkeepers who can score in this tournament, and well, fancies his chances there, Victor Flores. Early defending for Dortmund to do. Mladen Petric back to Roman Weidenfeller. And players that are well versed in Legends tournaments. Mats Hummels, wonderful passer of the ball in his heyday. Isn't a bad first touch, to be honest, behind the goal there. Not the easiest ball to control, especially not while holding a beverage, which I believe that man was. Nevertheless, corner for Dortmund. After the block shot from Hummels, who now gets a better chance and tucks it home away nicely. Wonderful finish from that magical left foot of Mats Hummels. A man who could have maybe shown up for the Bayern Legends side as well, given his time at the club. But truth be told, Bayern's squad stacked already. And he was on the Dortmund books first, after all. Mats Hummels. Only recently called time on his playing career. One of the players in this tournament least removed from their active career. Lovely atmosphere at the SAP Garden as well. Plenty of autographs, photos being taken with the fans in attendance. It's a real good feel-good factor in the Bavarian capital. Roman Weidenfeller looking for options as the rolling substitutes come into effect. Socrates Papastathopoulos entering the fray. There was a reason he went by the name Socrates during his career and not by his last name. Bit of a mouthful for commentators, truth be told. Here he is, getting beyond the keeper. Oh, what a turn by Socrates and what a finish. It's 2-0 Dortmund, and in some style. I tell you what, the Greek centre-back wasn't pulling out those types of tricks during his playing career, was he? My word. And there's the bit of defending. That piece of ingenuity. Hats off to him as he gets the better of Pedro Contreras, who has now conceded twice as he's replaced by Victor Flores. Oh, here come Real Madrid looking for a response. They've got the numbers on their side, and it's a tidy, tidy finish from Ruba de la Red. European champion in 2008 with Spain. The deficit halved. Marcel Schmelzer, one of those players that won the domestic double under Jurgen Klopp, the left back. For so many years, he was one of the first names on the team sheet. Well, not the type of contact wanted for Jose Callajon. To have hurt his hand in the mix. Those hoardings can be rather unforgiving. But again, you can tell this might be a feel-good tournament. Nice atmosphere around it. But there's a real competitive streak in these players that doesn't leave when they hang up their playing boots. All generations represented as Weidenfeller with a really good save and reacts well to get to the follow-up ahead of Fernanda Sanz. Weidenfeller, one of the all-time record appearance makers in Borussia Dortmund's history. Was part of the Dortmund side that lost the Champions League final to Bayern in Wembley. That famous goal scored by Mr. Wembley himself, Arjen Robben. It's worth pointing out as well, I've got an eye on the comments on YouTube if you want to send in any questions or queries or comments. Of course, it's got to be PG. They've got to be in keeping with this feel-good friendly tournament. Fans of all clubs welcome in the comments. Plenty of Super Bayern, plenty of Mia San Mia. And of course, while the comment section wouldn't be complete without a bit of rage bait, would it? Well, the fact is, we're here to enjoy this five-a-side tournament where we get to see some of these players roll back the years and recreate some of their former glories. Kevin Großkreutz, someone who really identifies with Borussia Dortmund. You can regularly see him pop up in the stands nowadays. Of course, he's part of a pretty successful podcast here in Germany that covers all things German football, of course with a bit of a leaning towards Borussia Dortmund at times. Look at all the various angles we're getting on proceedings. Bit of behind-the-scenes content for you as well at home. You've got a appreciate that as Delared sees another shot blocked. Florian Klinger pushing forward with a move that breaks down. Ivan Perez doesn't get the better of Socrates. He really was a glorious defender in his time, so no nonsense. Spent 5 years on the books with Borussia Dortmund. I do remember he scored some eye-catching goals. When he did score, they tended to be rockets from long range. Not quite the technical brilliance we saw for the goal he scored here. That's nicely touched off to Mats Hummels' chance to restore the 2-goal lead. Delared now goes down the other end, fouled by Hummels. It's apologetic. Delared just drawing the contact there. That one breaks down and Hummels again is on the charge. He looked to square it for Großkreutz instead of taking it on himself. Worth pointing out there with the foul from Hummels, all free kicks have to be taken indirectly in this type of format. As a result, you'll see most teams try and take those quickly as Petric quickly onto that ball in a flash. Oh, he lost his footing at the vital moment. It looked like he might recover in time. In the end, nothing to do for Victor Flores. Lifted forward, Delared backing down his man, and he went for the spectacular. Couldn't quite put it off the way Petric did. Now here is Petric. Großkreutz was free in the middle. Back to Mladen Petric. He's going to have a shot here, and while the goal was at his mercy because Victor Flores had anticipated the square ball. Overcommitted there, the Madrid keeper. Not quite as spectacular as his other goal, but might be important as Dortmund are looking to make it 2 wins from 2. A smart play by Patrick Overmuyela, playing it off the advertising boards, and now a tap in for Juhu Park. This is a trademark five-a-side goal, isn't it? Petric just feeding it back across, and a tap-in finish in the end. Real Madrid committing a lot of numbers forward now. They look to reduce the arrears, staring defeat in the face. That's not what Real Madrid are all about. It's demands of win, win, win. For the Champions League record title holders. Make no mistake, that filters down to the Legends team as well. From a German football perspective, you've got a feel for Xabi Alonso, recently sacked as Real Madrid manager. Given what he achieved with Bayer Leverkusen, it's always a risk to go to Real Madrid that early in his coaching career, but shame to see it work out the way it did. Dortmund here, getting the better of Real Madrid, making it 2 wins out of 2. Some lovely goals in the mix, chief amongst them that wonderful effort from Socrates Papastathopoulos, pulling out some tricks he didn't necessarily know he had in his bag. Real Madrid put in their place by the black and yellows. The game's coming thick and fast. Now, not happy with the defeat, but they never are, Real Madrid, are they? Team used to winning at all levels. But a 4-1 win here. Capped off by that tap-in for Juhu Park. And now we continue next up. Bayern München will be back in action after that thrilling win against Juventus in their first group game. They will look to join Borussia Dortmund in making it 2 wins out of 2. Eintracht Frankfurt, the opponents, they themselves got put in their place by a 5-2 defeat to Juventus. Now you can take a look at the results so far and how things stand. Bayern with the chance to go top of Group A with that win against Eintracht Frankfurt. Dortmund now sitting pretty, booking their tickets to the semi-finals no matter what happens in the final group game between Celtic and Real Madrid. Who will they face? Can we avoid a Bayern-Dortmund semi-final to maybe have a Bayern-Dortmund final? Wouldn't be a bad way to end things at the Legends Cup. To be honest, we'll take it no matter who gets all the way to the final, because so far, a thrilling set of fixtures that have produced some wonderful scorelines. We are expecting more when Bayern and Eintracht Frankfurt go head-to-head in the next game. Join us shortly.
Wenn man wirklich einfach versuchen muss, aus unterschiedlichen Entfernungen den Ball ins Tor zu schießen, aber ohne dass er vorher aufkommt. Deswegen die Punkte, die wir da ins Tor getan haben. Und es ist relativ einfach. Das ist übrigens Patrick. Patrick haben wir einfach rausgezogen aus dem Publikum. Du kommst hoch. Ja. Der ist die Heimat von Madrid. Ich wollte es mal sagen. Der große Opfer, großer Bayern-Trainer. Patrick, du hast 3 Versuche. Von da und dann von dahin. Schieß den Ball einfach ins Tor, je weiter die Entfernung, umso größer der Preis. Du darfst das dreimal probieren und immerhin auch. Lieber, komm her. Das ist übrigens ein Bayern-Fan aus Oberhausen. Ja? Ist ja auch aus Selbstverständnis immer wichtig, dass ihr hier die Bayern-Fahne auch hochhaltet. In der Diaspora, sag ich mal. Wer mag anfangen? Patrick? Okay, bitteschön. Also regelt dir nicht nur die Entfernung, du musst das stimmen. Du kannst das machen, wie du möchtest. Der Telekom-Volltreffer, kann euch ja sagen, wenn er jetzt trifft, und das macht der Patrick mit links, dann gibt er einen schönen Strahl vom FC Bayern. Denn es ist kalt draußen. Probier es mal. Ja! Also den hat schon mal sicher. So, zweiter Ball. Da geht es jetzt schon noch etwas mehr. Denn wenn du jetzt nimmst, Patrick, dann bekommst du ein Jahresabonnement von Magenta Sport. Da kannst du ein ganzes Jahr lang schöne Sachen schauen, wie zum Beispiel auch diesen Legends Cup. Oh ja! Hallo! So, jetzt kommt. So, und jetzt, letzter Versuch, Patrick. Ist schon ein bisschen schwerer. Aber wenn du das schaffst, dann bekommst du ein original Mannschaftstrikot des FC Bayern München, aber auch von der ganzen Mannschaft unterschrieben. Konzentration. Und der ist nicht schwer, der ist nicht schwer. Und ehe du das Trikot einmal anziehst, das kommt Winterglas, hinter das Sofa an die Wand. So, jetzt aber auch für Timo. Daumen drücken, Bayern-Fan aus Oberhausen, extra angereist, los geht's. Souverän. Hier ist der zweite. Bisschen weiter zurück, jawohl. So, auch für dich ein Jahresabo. Jawohl! Und jetzt der dritte Versuch. Und wenn du den triffst, Timo, dann gibt es für dich nicht nur ein unterschriebenes Trikot vom FC Bayern, sondern lebenslang Abwehrschluss von Munich ist nach Hause geliefert. Stimmt nicht. War ein Witz. So, komm, auf geht's. Eindeutig, aber Applaus für Ivo. Das ist die Bodenarbeit. Das macht mir nichts mehr. Ein klares Aber, was du und die Kollegen. Bitte schön. Genau, und das aber auch noch. Genau. Und der Schal natürlich. Und da ist das Trikot. Schau mal her. Das sind Ziffern. Sensation. Danke euch und danke an die Trikot, die diese schöne Aktion immer wieder mal machen, zusammen mit dem FC Bayern. So, wenn ich jetzt meinen Ablauf mal richtig im Kopf habe, wenn ich da hinschaue, dann steht was an, Freunde. Geht's euch allen gut? Habt ihr noch Kraft? Seid ihr noch gut bei Stimme? Denn jetzt spielt der FC Bayern München gegen Eintracht Frankfurt. Wir freuen uns drauf. Schön, dass du da bist, Jürgen.
Welcome back to coverage of the Legends Cup. We've got the penultimate group game ahead. Bayern München back in action against Eintracht Frankfurt, looking to join Borussia Dortmund and making it 2 wins from 2. Just keeping an eye on the comment section during the break. Great to see so many people involved, but let's start getting you more involved. Let's start getting a bit more interactive. I want to know where in the world you're tuning in from. I want to know who your favourite Bayern legend is, whether they're in action today or not. We want to hear from you, and if you've got any comments as well, feel free to get in touch. But again, we're going to read the ones that make sense. And of course, we always accept a bit of friendly banter between fan bases, but keep it nice, keep it above board, be nice to one another. Could all do with a bit more good in this world. Iron Robin, can't wait to see him back in action. Bayern, you have to say, what a squad they've put out for this Legends Cup, but then again, it is their own tournament, so to be expected. They're a wonderful moment between two real legends of the game. Klaus Augenthaler and Karl-Heinz Körbel. You talk about figures that have defined eras, shaped the history of clubs, shaped the record books of the Bundesliga. These two players are right up there in that regard. A touching tribute from both ahead of this clash between Bayern and Eintracht Frankfurt. We've got people tuning in from India, from Bangladesh. Welcome one and all. Hopefully we can have a bit of fun. After all, this is a family-friendly and feel-good tournament. And we are underway. Mark van Bommel, the man who scored the deciding goal against Juventus in that opening group game for Bayern. With an early touch, Frankfurt hoping to give a better account of themselves than they did in that 5-2 loss to Juventus. Took the lead, but got put to the sword eventually. Augenthaler wants a goal. Wants one early. Plenty of interaction between Stefan Lehmann and the crowd as well. There's competitions going on between the games as well. Plenty of prizes to be won. Stefan Lehmann joking that one of those prizes was personal deliveries of sausages by Uli Hoeneß. Sonny tells me that's not actually up for grabs. It would be quite the prize if it was. Bastian Oczipka trying to pierce the Bayern lines. A lot of respect being shown in the opening exchanges here. Mauricio Gaudino, a man who was once famously tackled in a charity match by former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, who decided instead of playing football, he turned it into a game of rugby, much to Gaudino's displeasure. One of those early viral YouTube moments in the world of football. All picked off by Arjen Robben. Quickly moved to Van Bommel, little 1-2 between the two Dutchmen, and then an unlucky bounce of the ball off of Mauricio Gaudino. Couldn't do much about it. But it is an own goal that gives Bayern the lead. Lovely play between the Flying Dutchmen. Nothing that Nikolov could do in the end to react.
So, Freunde, das war die 1-0-Führung für den FC Bayern, aber das ist zustande gekommen, habt ihr gesehen. Deswegen feiern wir das nicht. Nein, wir feiern.
Not the start that Frankfurt were looking to make in this game. Of course, it was Mauricio Gaudino's son, Gianluca, who ended up being on the books with Bayern for a time. As we see Karl-Heinz Körbel and Klaus Augenthaler both brought off. There's now an injury for Frankfurt goalkeeper. I believe that's Thomas Ernst. Indeed it is, and he's going to have to hobble off. Something's gone in the ankle. Off the ball, but again, given the nature of this tournament, is it the ankle, is it Achilles? It's the fact that the body doesn't quite operate the way it used to in younger years sometimes. Hopefully nothing too serious, and we wish Ernst a quick and successful recovery. But yeah, in a tournament like this, better to take no chances. No need to try and play through the pain. He'll get a little bit of treatment from the medical staff in attendance, as Oka Nikolov now takes his place back between the sticks. Diego Contento, Franck Ribéry enter the fray. Oh, Arjen Robben saw the pass coming, picked it off, puts it in the back of the net. Cheeky finish from Arjen Robben to make it 2-0 to Bayern. But he telegraphed what Bastian Oczipka was going to do. That sense of anticipation not lost. And that left foot can still do damage to the best of backlines. The home crowd enjoying chanting the name of Arjen Robben once again. The little laugh from Stefan Lehmann at the end of his interaction with the crowd now. Bayern starting to enjoy their five-a-side football here as Robben has scored and then made way. Here's Sebastian Rudy. Ribéry dropping deeper than he ever did in his playing career for Bayern. What a magical winger he was. I mean, again, a bit like Sebastian Giovinco of Juventus. So suited to this type of tournament. Oh, he's got the skills, he's got the imagination, and he's got the footwork. And Elba now tries to tap into some of that Brazilian flair, but can't quite get the overhead kick off. Oh, Starker, he committed early. He might have overcommitted. But he gets away with it in the end. Tom Stark, who's now a coach at the Bayern campus, working with the younger goalkeepers on the Bayern books. Snapshot from Erwin Skeller. Now Bayern come down the other end with Rudy, looking for the square ball. Now bringing a bit of the Allianz Arena atmosphere here to the SAP Garden. You've got to appreciate it. Bayern men's team were in action yesterday. 1-0 down at half-time after the first half of very few chances for one of the freest scoring teams in world football, but they found 5 goals without response in the second half. Rather thrilling performance after the restart. The women's team not in action yet. The Frauen Bundesliga season hasn't gotten back underway. That happens at the end of this month. Both the men's and women's teams. Title defenders in their respective Bundesligas. Here's Gaudino looking for a goal to atone for the own goal at the other end. Skeller. A little bit of pressure here being applied by Eintracht Frankfurt as they look to reduce the arrears. Makoto Hasebe. Elba doing the defending. Skeller. No real channel to work with, and Contento with the interception. Sends Elba wide. He goes off the wall looking for Olic. Skeller right place, right time, and Olic with the foul. Munich's True Love is the song you can hear in the background. Across the halfway stage of what is the final group game for these two, the penultimate group game in the tournament. One more to go after this to close out the group stages between Celtic and Real Madrid. And we'll take a short break before the semi-finals. And then the final, as well as the third place playoff, still to come as well. Olic goes back to Bardstuber. A player whose career was so blighted by injury, Holger Bardstuber. Oh, long ball, you don't see many of those in five-a-side games. Frankfurt go down the other end, and Starker has to make the save. A couple of times Gaudino's tried to get the better of him from a tight angle and failed. Mario Mandzukic back to Olic. Two Croatians combining for Philip Lahm's side. The legend that is Philip Lahm. Starker's pass forward doesn't find Mandzukic. Good defending by Hasebe. Mandzukic tries to do a bit of defending of his own. Oh, cheeky finish, and it has found the back of the net. Tom Starker caught out with just under 2 minutes remaining. First time, looped up and over the Bayern goalkeeper. Hats off. Fine finish from Munir Chaftar. A little bit of pressure on Bayern as they want to see this one out with their second win from 2. Franck Ribéry, oh, now he dips into his bag of tricks. He's trying to stand up his man one-on-one. Mandzukic with the movement. He was looking for the return pass. Ribéry gets it back. Via Zampach anyway. The little retreat all the way to Rafinha. A little jeopardy left in this game now, with Frankfurt reducing the arrears by not really forcing the issue when they had gone 2-0 up. Will they live to regret that? Of course, if they finish second in their group, they'll face Dortmund in the semi-finals. Mandzukic with the hold-up play down in the corner, 2 for company, squeezes the pass out, and now the numbers are on Bayern's side. They move the ball quickly. Ribéry looking for the nutmeg to try and find Rafinha. Nice idea, didn't quite pull it off. Mandzukic now going on a solo mission down the right wing. Didn't work out with the touch off the hoardings. Wins it. Oh, I was going to say wins it back well, but a little too physical in the eyes of the referee. Something tells me game at the highest level, that wouldn't have been frowned upon, but Chaftar goes down, wins the free kick. Less than 30 seconds for Frankfurt to find an equaliser. Hasebe, cheeky flick of the heel. No one there to provide the finish at the end of it. Bartstuber might fancy a goal of his own, but his laces through that one. Rebound all the way back to Starke. The countdown is on. Bayern will see out the clock. 2 wins from 2 for the hosts of the Legends Cup 2026. Arjen Robben, the star of the show on this particular occasion. Bayern with a chance to top Group A. And we've got one final group game to go. They will avoid Dortmund in the semi-finals. But their opponent now needs to be determined. Jürgen Klinsmann's going to take a little bit of time to provide an interview. You can see all the kits that are being signed. Fans from plenty of different clubs in attendance at the SAP Garden. And we've got one last group game to come. It's Celtic against Real Madrid. Be right back with that.
Natürlich ist so ein Turnier nur möglich, so ein schöner Legends Cup, wenn wir auch Partner haben, die das Ganze unterstützen. Und da ist wieder einer davon, seit 5 Jahren ja auch schon wirklich Partner des FC Bayern, passt ja zusammen, 2 Weltmarken, alles Premium. Und vielleicht habt ihr das mitbekommen, dass vor wenigen Monaten diese Fan Edition, der Duo Flex HX1, also der Staubsauger für Bayern-Fans auf gut Deutsch, auf den Markt gekommen ist. Und das ist doch schön. Ja? Wir gehen noch gerne auch weiter mit freundlichen Grüßen von denen. Okay. Und zwar ganz einfach, es ist schnell erklärt. 7 Meter im Tor steht nicht irgendjemand, sondern Topstarke, der versuchen wird, die Welle zu halten. Das sind unsere beiden Kandidaten. Auch nochmal, du bist der. Und traust dich dazu, du hast 3 Versuche. Wie viele triffst du gegen Topstarke? Du musst einfach Kopfball schießen. Eine. Und du bist der? Christian, du triffst nicht viele? Gut, dann passt's. Und jemand kennt ihr, der zeigt euch mal, wie es geht jetzt. Afrika. Schön, du darfst auch noch bitte einmal, oder? Komm einfach, schieß einmal auf Topstarke. Rafinha, gegen die Nummer 13. Jawohl, gegen Tom. Ja. Sehr, sehr schön. Danke, Rafa, der war natürlich unhaltbar. So, wir können euch auch, ist Helmut, Passekunden habt ihr noch, sattelt euch noch ins Kopf.
Wir schauen uns diesen Film an, bitteschön. Zweiter Versuch. Schon schön, ne? Ja. Jetzt aber. Ja, aus 7 Metern. Schaut so leicht aus. Und der zweite Versuch. Aber nein. Gut, wir machen weiter. So, und du wolltest einen mehr treffen, oder? Das ist schön. Jetzt bist du dran. 3 Versuche. Tom Starke versucht, seine Kasten sauber zu halten. Er hat ja den Duo-Flex Matrix 1 Weltedition zu Hause. So, noch 2. Und dann freuen wir uns auf die letzte Partie hier. In Kürze. Ich sehe schon meine schottischen Freunde von Celtic gucken. Die königlichen Ober. So, ein Gasthof, das ist noch nicht anders angewandt. Nicht ganz, aber ist okay. Du hast mir jetzt so ein schönes Trikot an. Hier noch vorne drauf. Was ist das hinten noch mit Zito, oder? Zittler. Sehr schön. Trotzdem, Komplimente an euch beiden. Danke an Tom Starke, dass du mitgemacht hast. Rafa auch. Rafa, bist du so lieb und übergibst die Preise. Aber kurz die Schrift natürlich signiert. Das ist dann eine ganz spezielle Fan Edition. Affinia unterscheidet jetzt und ihr bekommt beide diesen Staubsauger. Tom Starke noch einen neuen. Schau hier nochmal. Sehr schön. Dann haben wir das. Dann können wir es frei machen jetzt für dieses letzte Gruppenspiel. Dankeschön euch nochmal. Alles Gute. Saubere Aktion von uns. Sauber.
And we are all set and ready for what is the final group game of the 2026 Legends Cup. Real Madrid were finalists in the inaugural Legends tournament here in Munich last year in honour of Franz Beckenbauer. They lost in the final 4-0 to Bayern. And right now, the question is who will face Bayern in this semi-finals. Whoever wins this game will complete the final four lineup. Juventus will face Borussia Dortmund in the other fixture. But who will Bayern's opponents be in the first semi-final? Will it be Celtic or will it be Real Madrid, the side they beat in the final last season? Celtic shooting themselves in the foot early. An apologetic hand raised that will do no one any favours from Johnny Hayes there. Selling everyone short with a terrible pass. And Delared with a lovely outside of the boot finish. Celtic goalkeeper now having a go of his own, Michael McGrovern. Who's getting a lot of praise in the comments for his performance in the first game for Celtic. Delared looking for a second and not far wide. Gathered by McGrovern in the end, who's getting favourable comparisons to Manuel Neuer after his performance in Celtic's first match. Plenty of comments on YouTube asking, where is this McGrovern guy? And now Celtic, chance to make it 1-1. Picked off in the end, and now a scamper back. Good recovery. And close the gap off there. Johnny Hayes intent on atoning for the earlier error. Follow-up effort straight at Victor Flores. Lofted forward and straight out of play. Hayes puts the ball down. Back to McGrovern. Oh, he's got the captain's armband actually, so it's not McGrovern in goal. It's Stilian Petrov. Let me correct myself. Legendary player in Celtic colours. That's why he will be a little more inclined to maybe have a go for goal from that type of position. Celtic looking for an equaliser after that horror start to this game, and it might get worse for them now. Delared sends it back across goal, looking for Callahan. Fernando Sanz was the intended target for that pass, but it doesn't find its mark. A cheeky effort in the end there. Can Celtic find a way back into this game? Well, that was a nice tackle, albeit from behind. Callahan went down, didn't get the foul, and well chested down in the end there by Charlie Mulgrew. Goalkeeper to goalkeeper, and then it's back down the other end, and Petrov was beaten. Comes back off the inside of the post. Now Petrov can drive forward. Pass fizzed into feet there for Derek Riordan, former Scottish international. Petrov again under no pressure, but Delared has really spotted the danger that Petrov can provide. But then another horror pass, and for the second time in this group game, Celtic proving their own worst enemies, and Real Madrid on course to complete the final four lineup as Bayern's opponents. Wasn't the best pass, but it certainly wasn't a good touch. Real Madrid happy to punish. Petrov claims on that occasion. No, he's not a goalkeeper by trade. He was the midfield engine. All through the legs of the keeper, but he got enough on it. The effort from Riordan. Neat play to find Fernando Sanz. Goes back to Victor Flores, the goalkeeper. An effort from range, courtesy of Agus Garcia. Delared battling away. Player's already made a big impact on this tournament, twisting, turning. Pokes the ball through in the end. Gets it back from Callahan. Couldn't quite work the angles to his advantage. Down there in the corner. In the end, he's left on his backside as Celtic come forward. Oh, good effort from range that finds its way through past Victor Flores from McDonald. And just like Eintracht Frankfurt against Bayern, a little jeopardy injected into the end of proceedings here. Excuse me, it was Wallace with the goal. Now Callahan goes for a long-range effort. Petrov gets his body behind it. Oh, this time they've got the equaliser. And this time it is McDonald. Well, for 2-0 down, it's 2-2. And all to play for. Bayern wait in the wings in the semi-finals for the winner of this game. It looked like it was going to be Real Madrid, but Celtic have other ideas. They're cooking up a comeback here, the Scottish side. Didn't necessarily see that coming, truth be told, after the two egregious errors made by the Scottish side. Petrov trying to catch Flores off his line. Ambitious effort from the makeshift goalkeeper. No foul given. Yeah, 50-50. There's another shot from range, has to be palmed away. Can they find a third goal? Just under 2 minutes remaining. And no purchase found on that through ball. Sent straight down the other end, but sent wide by Ivan Perez. That one's easy for Contreras. Callahan wants to take it quickly. Delared on the same wavelength. Oh, that's cheeky and through the legs of Petrov by Perez. Oh, that is a trademark five-a-side goal if you've ever seen one. Quick, incisive, the ball moving in the blink of an eye, and Petrov caught out through the legs. Can Celtic find another equaliser? They came from 2-0 down. The rolling substitutions getting involved. Petrov dictating play from the back. Deflected effort easy for Contreras. Seconds remain for Celtic to find an equaliser. Here's the chance. Petrov doesn't want to take it himself, finds space. Got to get creative here. Real Madrid getting the bodies back to do the defending. And time was of the essence. And in the end, time ran out for Celtic. Real Madrid will face Bayern in the first of our 2 semi-finals. Celtic knocked out of the Legends Cup, joining Eintracht Frankfurt. In that regard, we are down to the final 4 at the SAP Garden. And in the semi-finals, a rerun of the final of what was the Beckenbauer Cup this time last year. Borussia Dortmund and Juventus making up the other semi-final. So we might have a Der Klassiker in the showpiece of this Legends tournament. I hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you are tuning in from in the world. Plenty more action to come. But we are going to take a short break now between the semi-final and up first it will be Bayern against Real Madrid. Although that might be subject to change, I'm hearing, because indeed, given the fact that Real Madrid were just in action against Celtic, it would probably be wise to give them a little bit of a breather before they take on Bayern. And so it would make more sense for Dortmund against Juve to be the first of the 2 semi-finals. So far, the Legends Cup is providing its fair share of highlights. So, confirmation that Dortmund-Juve will be the first of the 2 semi-finals. Join us again shortly for coverage of that game.
Englisch sagen möchte. Und das ist genau richtig hier beim FC Bayern, weil das auch mehrfacher deutscher Meister. Herzlichen Glückwunsch dazu. Wir haben jetzt hier unfassbar viele Legenden heute da. Du hast auch schon Videos gemacht mit dem Heimteam. Das ist viel Wahnsinn. Wer wäre denn hier noch so auf deiner Liste?
Also wie gesagt, jeder, der mich kennt, der weiß, bei Legenden steht mein Herz auf jeden Fall schneller. Ich würde sagen, die meisten Jungs kenne ich bereits, aber ich glaube, Robbe und Ribéry in Kombo, das wäre nochmal was, das würde ich mir noch so auf die Bucketliste schreiben.
Dann schauen wir mal, ob das heute möglich ist, aber erstmal darfst du alleine ran. The place is yours. Viel Spaß!
dich schon mal. Schön, dass du da bist. Du hast mir gerade noch deine Mama als eigentlich verboten, aber du hast es trotzdem gemacht. Das ist ja dir überlassen. Also, machst du dich glücklich, du fängst an zu schwimmen, aber lass mal keine Sache. Kurz, alles weg, nur den Flaschschuss brauchen. Gut, freuen wir uns. Zurück auf den Platz und wir gucken, wie wir das machen.
Julie, schön, dass du da bist. Ihr habt aktuell noch Winterpause. Wir kamen vor 2 Tagen aus dem Trainingslager zurück, deswegen hatten wir jetzt das Wochenende frei. Begeisterung, deswegen dachten wir jetzt, schauen wir einfach mal zu. Das ist immer eine gute Idee. Und wie geht es dann für euch weiter? Wann startet ihr dann in die Liga? Wir starten am Sonntag wieder mit einem Spiel gegen Celtic. Wir freuen uns natürlich jetzt nach der Pause, dass es dann wieder losgeht. Und ich habe gelesen, dass im April wieder ein Spiel in der Allianz Arena ansteht. Verrat uns mehr. Ja genau, also das Viertelfinale wird wieder in der Allianz Arena gespielt. Freuen wir uns riesig drauf. Und der Gegner steht auch nicht fest, wir müssen auch gegeneinander spielen, aber wir freuen uns natürlich über jeden Einzelnen, der kommt. Genau, Atletico Madrid oder Manchester United, wo jetzt Lea Stüller auf der Vertrag steht. Also es könnte auch ein Wiedersehen geben. In der Allianz Arena Champions League Viertelfinale im April. Und da gibt es jetzt schon Tickets zu kaufen. Also wer Lust hat, wir freuen uns, euch da zu sehen. Danke dir,
Ready to get back underway at the Legends Cup for the first of our 2 semi-finals. And it is Dortmund and Juventus first up. Dortmund finishing top of Group B with 2 wins from 2. Juventus finishing second in what was Bayern's group. A spot in the final up for grabs. Everyone really enjoying this tournament. Some wonderful musical accompaniments during the breaks. They've got competitions running in the background as well. And the Legends are genuinely taking time to spend some time with the fans that are in attendance, which is wonderful to see. And don't get me wrong, there is a competitive element to this tournament, but it's a Legends Cup. There is a feel-good factor to it all that we can appreciate. And now, underway in the first of our two semi-finals. Borussia Dortmund against Juventus, and Mats Hummels with an early sight of goal from the halfway line. Setting the tone perhaps early in this game, as he's got a bit of defending to do now. Some of the group games lacked a little edge. Something tells me these semi-finals might inject that back in. Sebastian Giovinco scored a hat-trick in his first outing here, but is beaten there by Mladen Petric, who was the hero of the opener against Celtic for Dortmund. And Giovinco scoring a hat-trick against Bayern in their first group game. That was classic Mladen Petric finish there. Nailed into the bottom corner. Off the angle with that left foot of his. Became a firm fan favourite. What is going on there? Hold on a second. I didn't realise we were getting our 9 trims at the SAP Arena. But that seems to be maybe that was a forfeit for one of the competitions as opposed to a prize. Either way, it's an iconic look. Have something to tell his friends about when he goes back to school tomorrow. Or in keeping with this old school indoor football tournament. Well represented legends from around the world. Some star-studded lineups. Mats Hummels rises high to win the header, brings it down, looks for a goal and a deflection on it. Proved problematic. It'll be a corner for Dortmund. Hummels to take. Such a tidy footballer. Graceful defender. And he had goals in him as well. Pretty nifty with his head, as well as with that left foot of his, which was the architect of many a good goal for both club and country. Lofted over, Hummels the intended target. Storare with the touch. Hummels looking for the short and quick corner. Well organised defending from Juventus. Put it in the right space there, Hummels, but it's all the way back with the man who goes by the nickname of Ovo, Patrick Ovo-Moyela. Title winner with Dortmund, turned pundit. Produces a lot of media content for Borussia Dortmund as well, does podcasts with the players that are well worth a listen. Gets some great insights, has a wonderful rapport with the Dortmund squad, who are breaking them down now as Großkreuz goes for the fancy finish. Ovo picks up the pieces. Hummels on the strike. Petric gets his second. Bit haphazard the defending there from Juventus, and Borussia Dortmund strike for a second time. 5th goal of this tournament. Großkreuz so close with what would have been a wonderful finish. Hummels, great bit of defending there, just poking the ball away. Now makes the run. Petric tries to feed it, but unsuccessfully as Giovinco comes away with it. Loses out, the pass picked off. Petric can't quite produce the nutmeg with the nifty ball rolls there. Oh, Weidenfeller, that was a really sharp save down low to his left. Of course, Bayern fans dominant at the SAP Garden, as you'd expect them to be. Now a rendition of Sweet Caroline. That's something to get the fans going, isn't it? Ba, ba, ba. Gotta love it. And the good times rolling right now in Munich. A couple of shots from range for Juventus that don't come off. Giovinco pokes it away, and improvised effort again by Quinta, who scored some lovely goals during the group stages. Socrates might still be my favourite, though Mladen Petric's overhead kick was certainly one to savour and admire. That, I was going to say, he looked like he got his hands on the ball outside the area. Paulo Montero protests. It's all smiles, though. Ref Cam giving us a wonderful, unique angle on proceedings, but yeah, that's you can't do that. Marcos Terrari not allowed to pick the ball up outside the box. Hummels pokes it towards goal. Terrari this time dives on the loose ball. Giovinco. Oh, he snuck the shot through the defenders and under Roman Weidenfeller. Former Italian international, and really made a mark on the world football scene when he moved to Canada to play in Toronto. Oh, well, just like that, the lead is restored to 2 goals by Mats Hummels. Delicious effort that just fizzed past Terrari. Got a subplot in this game of a battle of top goal scorers in this tournament. Petric and Giovinco both with 5 goals to their name. Socrates goes back to Weidenfeller. Dortmund looking a little bit more poised in their approach. Now they find a way to break the lines. Klinger's pass, though, is picked off. He wins it back well, though, Florian Klinger. Hummels clearly enjoying the fact that he could be a little bit more free in his footballing roles here in a game in a format like this. But Borussia Dortmund book their tickets to the final of the Legends Cup 2026. You can see the R9 trim is almost complete. Yeah, you've got to get rid of that tuft at the back. You can't make it worse. The poor kid's going to be a meme already. Sorry, worth pointing out, I was listening to Stefan Lehmann, who said it's the end of the first semi-final. It's not. We've got another half to go because the knockout stage, we have a different format. It's not one lot of 10 minutes. It's 2 lots of 6 with a 1-minute break in between. So it's just half-time with Dortmund 3-1 up. Stadium announcer selling me short there. So there is time for Juventus to still recover, but Dortmund do have 1 foot in the final, where they will meet either Bayern or Real Madrid. Now an effort from the goalkeeper. That shows how frustrating it's been in the semi-finals for Juventus so far, as Chimetti forces the issue, now given away by Weidenfeller. Giovinco, neat turn, and Hernandez slots it home to pull it back to just a 1-goal deficit now. Dortmund might look for another kickoff goal courtesy of Mats Hummels, but that was a lovely finish from Hernandez, just slotting it through the gap. Indeed, there is the attempt for Dortmund quickly to try and pull back 2 goals ahead. This time unsuccessful in their attempts. Meanwhile, the brass band racking up the atmosphere. Got to appreciate that. Cheeky lob from Chimetti. Grosskreutz to Petric. Now Socrates. Can he produce another little spin like he did down on the byline? Yeah, he's picking out the fancy footwork, and oh, it's good effort in the end that was well saved. And then he gets a touch on the ball that proves vital in winning it back for Dortmund. Socrates, truth be told, he doesn't look like he's aged a day since he left Dortmund. Former Greek international. Now the DJ's got a great playlist at the SAP Garden. Hummels Battles, but loses out against Hernandez. Torricelli has 2 for company in black and yellow, but he wins the foul. Even now, as a retired defender, Socrates still doesn't like the referee blowing the whistle against him. One of those full-blooded defenders is Cimenti again. He's looking for a goal here, the Juventus shot stopper. Petric provides the pivot. Socrates drives forward, tries to skip past his marker. He wanted the foul to go his way and got it as Torricelli gets one back on the man who fouled him at the other end. Free kick taken short. I think Juventus didn't feel like the ball was allowed to be played. But their protests, if I'm not mistaken, have fallen on deaf ears as Mats Hummels gets another goal. Don't know whether they're trying to make substitutions at the time that the free kick was taken, but by the letter of the law, as long as the free kick is indirect, it'll work out. There we see some of the Bayern women in attendance. Linda Dahlmann and Lara right there, front and centre. Recent announcement as well that the Bayern's women will be back in the Allianz Arena for their next Champions League outing. Now Julia Kvinn as well. German national team captain and star of the Bayern women's side, who have been dominating German women's football in recent seasons. On course to win yet another title and make it 4 in a row. Nice ball forward from Cimenti. It does find its mark and it's off the bar from Quinta. So close to an equaliser. Oh, Hummels gives it away to Giovinco, and now Hernandez sent it wide. Quinta, Giovinco on the turn. Hummels tries to recover, and in the end it's scrambled back to Weidenfeller by Dortmund. They go down the other end but lose out. It's all getting a bit nippy now. Petric with some defending. Quinta backing down Socrates, who pokes it away. Ovo to Hummels. Hummels tries to thread the needle. Hernandez with some creative defending there, just sitting down. Petric takes on Giovinco. The battle of the 2 top scorers, and Giovinco does enough to avoid Petric getting his 6th of this tournament. Cimenti still looking for that goal. Another drive, this time blocked by Hummels. 90 seconds remain of the first semi-final of this Legends Cup. They want a handball, Dortmund. Not given. Here Quinta, shot blocked. Hummels, 2-on-1 break. He's got Petric square. Hummels goes it alone, misses, turned home by Großkreuz. Dortmund lead 4-2 with precious seconds remaining in the first of 2 semi-finals. They want to book their tickets. And right now, they once again have 1 foot firmly in that final as Hummels picks the pocket of Hernandez. Hummels, a square ball and turned home. 5-2, and that should be that in this particular head-to-head. Dortmund having been beaten in the semi-finals by Bayern in the Beckenbauer Cup this time last year, are now in the final this time around. Will it be Bayern München or Real Madrid they meet there? We'll find out shortly. For now, Cimenti, well, this time a deflection. Now you got to credit his persistence, but given the lack of success, he might have been smarter in trying to find a teammate more often than not. Juhu Park to Hummels. Park was the person Hummels was trying to pick out. Now happy just to block Juventus down at the wrong end of the pitch to see out the time on the clock. Borussia Dortmund brought some of their big guns to the Legends Cup 2026, and the big guns have delivered. Mladen Petric getting his 5th of the tournament. Hummels chipping in with a couple of goals and an assist as well. Wonderful performance from Dortmund as they reached the final. They are yet to do anything but win so far this afternoon. It's nice to see the good spirits on show between everyone involved. Torricelli there, sharing a joke or two with some of the BVB bigwigs. Nobby Dickel, the legend, along with Karl-Heinz Riedler there on the sidelines. The defensive inquest continued to go on in the Juventus Legends team. They've got a 3rd place playoff still to play. They'll meet whoever ends on the losing side of our 2nd semi-final between Bayern and Real Madrid. Roy Mackay having a quick chat there with Mats Hummels. Oh, it's hard not to be nostalgic about some of the legends that are in attendance both on and off the pitch tonight. And there we see upcoming Bayern taking on Real Madrid in the semi-final, which is a rerun of the final of the Beckenbauer Cup, which was won 4-0 by Bayern. Goals on that occasion scored by Giovanni Elber, who got a brace, Mark van Bommel and Rafinha, all of whom will be in action when we come back for the 2nd semi-final.
Es ist ja das Schöne, dass man auch bei so einem Legends Cup dann auch mal ganz stolz den Schrank aufmacht und dann das Lieblingstrikot aus längst vergangenen Zeiten auch mal wieder anzieht, weil es natürlich zur Veranstaltung passt. Du sagst es schon, glaube ich, schön, wir hatten gerade hier Alana, großer Partner vom Legends Cup, aber die Frage, ohne die uns jetzt interessiert, ich habe schon welche gesehen. Du auch?
Ich auch. Suchen nämlich jetzt zusammen mit der Allianz die 2 Retro-Trikots und schauen mal auf die Leinwand, ob wir schon wieder umschwenken.
Wir schicken jetzt auch die Kameras zu euch auf die Linie. Wer glaubt, dass er eines der coolsten Retro-Trikots anhat, auf das er stolz ist, und es geht dann wahrscheinlich ganz weit zurück. Oh, schau mal. Wow, dreh's mal auf. Das ist Bauchbild. Okay. Mein Gott, wir haben die gemacht zur Zeit von Juventus. Okay, das ist nicht schlecht.
One finalist secured. We're looking for another now in the Legends Cup 2026 as the finalists who met in the Beckenbauer Cup now reacquaint themselves. Still time for a cheeky signature for Arjen Robben. They're in their unique kits with pictures of themselves emblazoned on the back of them, the Bayern Legends. Now you pull out all the stops when you're the host, aren't you? Something tells me Arjen Robben wouldn't be caught dead doing this before a real competitive game during his playing career, but in a situation like this, it's all part of the fun and games of a wonderful afternoon at the SAP Garden in Munich, playing host to this Legends tournament for a second year running after the inaugural tournament won by Bayern 4-0 against Real Madrid in the final. This time, it's for a place in the final. We've got two halves, 6 minutes each to be played. And after Dortmund beat Juventus in the first Final Four fixture, the loser will face Juve in the third place playoff. The winner will face Dortmund. Will it be an all-German affair? Or could we see Real Madrid reach the final for a second year running? These players, Jürgen Klinsmann, Rafinha, Giovanni Elber, Frank Ribéry, Ivica Olic, will have something to say about it. Elber back to brace in that final. An exchange of banners pre-match between two great institutions of world football. A moment to commemorate the tournament. All right, we're ready for the second semi-final. What will it produce? You can put your predictions in the YouTube comments. Feel free to get in touch, let me know who your favourite Bayern legend is, whether they're playing in this Legends team or not. You can also tell me who your favourite player is in the present crop of Bayern stars. Mandzukic making a real nuisance of himself there. You've got to appreciate the physical presence he brings to a game like this. Sebastian Rudy off the wall. Cheeky pass, doesn't quite work out. Goal is at Bayern's mercy if they've got the chance. Ribéry, it almost breaks for him, but a strong challenge in the end on the Frenchman. It might be a five-a-side Legends tournament, but these players will get stuck in. Make no mistake, they want to win. Contento has Ribéry inside him. Pass behind Frank Ribéry. Lively opening to the last of our Final Four fixtures. Now it all settles down a touch after that frantic opening. No one wanting to make that first mistake. Of course, there are plenty of players in the current Bayern team that will likely be legends in their own right come the end of their careers. Got to think that Manuel Neuer is probably closest to that status. Drew level with Franz Beckenbauer yesterday for all-time appearances in Bayern colours, though there's still a long way to go to breaking the overall record. 4 players ahead of him. Rudy to Mandzukic. Neuer getting a lot of love in the YouTube chat. #1 goalkeeper in the history of football. One of the GOATs. Bayern won 5-1 yesterday, but Manuel Neuer had a really big part to play in it. Some really sharp saves at key junctures of the game as we see Holger Badstuber off the bench. Rolling substitutions unlimited at the disposal of the coaches. Hans-Jörg Butz. Pass goes astray. Looking for Mandzukic. Oh, we've got shouts for Kimmich in the current setup. Now the chance for Frank Ribéry. This time he had a clear sight of goal, but can't get the better of the keeper. Bayern with the early chances. Unable to convert, with Contreras intent on doing better than his showing in the final last year, and that was a lovely pass to find Delared, and in the end a really quick clinical finish. What a first touch. Stopped the ball dead. And now down the other end. Contreras called into action from a shot from Mark van Bommel. First blood goes the way of Real Madrid. Delared with another goal in this tournament. And now another effort, but equal to it. Hans-Jörg Butt, who was a wonderful goal scorer as a goalkeeper as well as a shot stopper, because he was a keen penalty taker. And that and those types of moments were his bread and butter. As Ribéry goes down the other end, a little dummy on the shot. Now the high press doesn't work out. At the other end, Fernando Sanz, Callejon caught. Delared keeps the chance alive. Delared again. First time effort blocked by Mandzukic this time, who uses one of those long legs of his to poke the ball clear, and Ribéry gets the shot off. Taken out in the aftermath. Type of AstroTurf that you've got to imagine wouldn't be particularly fun to fall on. Saw earlier that it was Moreno Torricelli, the Juventus player, who picked up a bit of a graze on his elbow. And Mandzukic with a defensive header. And Bommel pushes out. That was a rather over-ambitious pass that was rather aimed at the Bayern substitutes. Two balls in play. This is a fun-loving format, but multi-ball is not what we're going for. Barnstuber waits for the run. And ball goes against Real Madrid after the flick from Van Bommel. Yeah, I guess it could be given. Van Bommel, a real leader during his time with Bayern, goes for the cheeky nutmeg. Doesn't quite pull it off. And Mario Mandzukic is getting a talking to from the referee. Backing down his man. Right now that's Juanjo Olala. He's getting very physical with all of the Real Madrid defenders, whoever rotates onto him. Mario Mandzukic in a nutshell. Van Bommel with a chance, and saved by Pedro Contreras. Van Bommel, one of the one of the 3 goal scorers in the 4-0 win for Bayern in the final of the Beckenbauer Cup. Not successful on that occasion. Here's Olala. Taking exception to the approach from Mario Mandzukic. I guess there was a bit of a hand on the forehead in the mix there from the Croatian. Garcia sees his pass go astray. Ivan Perez with the press. Now Butt finds Ribéry. Ribéry dances free. There's a tug on the shirts. Even in a Legends tournament, Real Madrid's chirping at a referee. My goodness, is that really necessary? Rafinha, I mean, let's be honest, Rafinha rather bought that free kick, didn't he? That's why they took exception to it. Oh, ref cam. A sea of white shirts around the referee, and Ribéry eyeing up a free kick here. Ribéry getting chance from the SAP garden. Doesn't go for the conversion. Rafinha can't turn it home from a tight angle. And that is the end of what was a feisty first half in the second semi-final of this Legends Cup. Bayern a goal down against Real Madrid. A minute's break, will be back for the second half, but plenty to play for. Dortmund await in the final. Bayern would love to be there, but right now Real Madrid not making life easy for them. And the referee, they're still chirping at the referee in the background, the Real Madrid players. Oh, you gotta love it the way they play up to it all. Here we see the goal, and what a goal it was, truth be told. Ruben de la Red with one of the tidiest first touches we've seen in this tournament, found by Contreras. And he tucked it home so nicely into the bottom corner. That is the goal that separates the sides. Changes at the ready for both teams. It looks like Bayern are almost going to line up with a completely different side in the second half. Arjen Robben being introduced, former Real Madrid player. The Flying Dutchman. And inextricably linked with one of the most glorious and golden moments in Bayern's illustrious history. That match winner in the Champions League final against Borussia Dortmund at Wembley. Will he have a chance to recreate it for a second year running? Because there was a goal that was almost a carbon copy in the Beckenbauer Cup against Roman Weidenfeller last year. But right now Bayern need to find goals back in this game if they want to meet Dortmund as Robben. Oh, dear me. Not sure that's the way he wanted to introduce himself to proceedings. Easy decision for the referee on that occasion. Stabbed out at the ball, and all he got was the ankle. No real complaints from Arjen Robben on that occasion. Ruben de la Red, the goal scorer. Stand up for Bayern is the chance. Improvised free kick, but Ruben de la Red unable to pick out anyone. Robben onto that left foot of his, and it's a good save by Contreras. Corner conceded. He's still got it, doesn't he, Arjen Robben? The minute he shifts it infield on that left foot of his, you just feel like anything's possible. That's nice play. Ribéry can't flick it over. And Contreras jumping on the ball. Let's go Bayern, score a goal. Now the chance at the SAP Garden. The fans are trying to get involved, lift their side, cook something up as Olic strikes. Wide. Now Rafinha picking that one off. And again. Rafinha, a man who really has legendary status at the club for the loyalty he showed. Wonderful right back in his time. Often talked about as one of the key personalities off the pitch for that Bayern squad he was a part of. Arjen Robben. Oh, they're pushing for that equaliser, Bayern. Can't force the issue. Oh, given away cheaply, Franck Ribéry. Ah, not quite on the same wavelength as his partner in crime, and Ruben de la Red punishes Bayern for a second time in this semi-final. Real Madrid 2-0 up. Tom Starker off his line, caught out by another nifty quick finish by the Real Madrid striker. All came from the breakdown in play between Ribéry, as they were known in their heyday. Combination of Franck Ribéry and Arjen Robben's last names. Right now you have to say Bayern's men's team have another pair of wingers that set to compete with some of the magnificent performances, numbers and moments that Franck Ribéry and Arjen Robben produced in Luis Diaz and Michael Olise. As Robben tries to curl one home, but Contreras equal to the effort. And the whistle start because, oh God, why not line the ball for a couple of extra seconds? All right, now pushing the back of Rafinha from Callahan. It's all getting a bit heated. Bayern with just under 3 minutes to work with. Make no mistake, 2 goals in quick succession. Very realistic in a tournament like this, in a format like this. And the strike just wide there from Sebastian Rudy. Robben trying to win the 50-50. Tangle of legs. Callahan wins the free kick for the tug on the shirt. Lofted forward and, well, it's going to take a spectacular effort from there to bring the ball down. Bayern need a goal and they need it now. What can Arjen Robben conjure up? We all know what's coming. Oh, a trademark finish. But one that goes just wide, and I mean that must have been just wide of that post. Got hung up in the netting behind the goal, which is why confused a few, but now Ribéry with the chance. Oh, he just waited too long, and Robben does the same as Contreras. Jumps on the ball and makes a meal of the contact from Arjen Robben in the aftermath. The hesitation. I mean, Arjen Robben, I don't think he meant to put his foot in the face of Contreras, but there was contact. Pedro Contreras asked the question of Robben, saying no, they're not making a meal of nothing. This has been a feisty semi-final, but right now Real Madrid on course to meet Dortmund in the final. Starker, quick throw, gets it back under pressure and can't pick out Bartstuber. Just over 90 seconds of time remaining. To get one quickly, there is always the chance for a second, but right now Bayern being frustrated in front of goal, relying on long shots too often. Rafinha goes for another corner. Bayern want to take it quickly. Not allowed to do so by Garcia. And Ribéry goes off the wall, but to no avail, and Contreras now with the quick throw. Is there a third in it for Real Madrid? Just over from Ivan Perez. Bayern being urged forward. Robben, jinking, jiving. Robben! No, he put it over. Doesn't that sum up this semi-final from the host perspective? Wonderful play and combination there between Ribéry and Robben, rolling back the years, but there wasn't the finish at the end of it. It deserved it, didn't get it. Rafinha, close down quickly. Time of the essence. Starker to Rafinha. To Ribéry. Quick shot needed. Ribéry quickly closed down by two. Hacked down by Del Red. That was a rather unceremonious challenge. Slightly apologetic, the 2-goal scorer for Real Madrid. Again, the blocking of the ball a problem. This time it's Olala. Forced to back up by the referee. Ribéry finds Robben, and it's sent into the stands. Really does sum it all up. Oh, I'd be tempted to keep it as a collector's item, but good on the fan for throwing it back. Del Red loses out against Arjen Robben. Bartstuber. Ribéry waits for the bounce, and the bounce doesn't go his way. The final whistle of the second semi-final, and host Bayern fall short against Real Madrid, who exact their revenge for defeat in the final of the Beckenbauer Cup this time last year. Real Madrid will meet Borussia Dortmund in the final. Bayern will renew rivalries with Juventus in the third place playoff. It was a 4-3 win for Bayern in the group stage. What will we see in the final? There's a little bit of feistiness between these two giants of the European game. Arjen Robben hasn't lost his edge, but Ruben Delared with two wonderful goals that give Real Madrid the win. Jürgen Klinsmann's a little less competitive about the result. A little less concerned by proceedings not going Bayern's way, but Arjen Robben, he felt he had the chances to get the goals. He just couldn't find the back of the net. He'll let it go quickly enough. A few smiles creeping onto the face of Mr. Wembley in the aftermath of that one. But Bayern will be in action once again in a matter of minutes in that third place playoff. Something still to play for. Something tells me Arjen Robben might get his goal against Juventus. Everyone in attendance enjoying their afternoon, now turned to evening local time. We're just past 6 o'clock. And it will be Bayern taking on Juventus. A review of proceedings so far. Bayern at top in their group with 2 wins from 2, but they couldn't make it 3 wins from 3 the way that Borussia Dortmund did. Real Madrid go from losing one of their group games to booking their ticket to the final. A renewal, if you want to put it that way, of the Champions League final from 2024, which was won 2-0 by Real Madrid against Borussia Dortmund. Dani Carvajal, Vinicius Jr. with the goals on that occasion. What will the legends produce on this one? But first up, it is the match for third place. As you can see there, it's the first game of this Legends Cup. Bayern against Juventus, a 7-goal thriller, won 4-3 by Bayern. Sebastian Giovinco getting a hat-trick in that particular encounter. And now we'll see whether, after Real Madrid exacted their revenge on Bayern in the semi-finals, whether Juventus can do the same in the match for third place. Bayern, no doubt, will want to put on a show for the fans in attendance, even if they have missed out on their berth to the final. It's been a wonderful afternoon. Yes. So don't go anywhere. We will be back shortly for the third place playoff. Bayern against Juventus. Promises to be quite the spectacle. Join us again shortly.
sie nicht, weil sie jetzt keine Lust hat, ein Bier zu trinken, sondern das hat eine Glückwünsche.
Klassische bayerische Tracht. Und zwar dürft ihr jetzt auf den Rängen alle nochmal mitmachen. Es gibt nämlich etwas typisch bayerisches Stanzen. Viel Spaß!
Sind wir jetzt trotzdem bei unserem FC Bayern bei diesem Spiel um Platz 3 und zwar gegen Regia Signora, die alte Dame, wie sie genannt werden, die Mannschaft von Juventus Turin. Schiedsrichter ist der Heidemann und wir haben trotzdem Spaß, nicht zu vergessen. Alles, was wir hier spielen, lösen, ist alles.
And we are underway in the third place playoff. Bayern München, the hosts against Juventus, a rerun of the first game that we had this afternoon at the Legends Cup. It was a 4-3 win on that occasion for Bayern, who now have a point to prove after the defeat to Real Madrid in the semi-finals. Arjen Robben in particular will be intent on getting a goal in this third place match. Jürgen Klinsmann looking to square the ball for Sebastian Rudy. Wins it back, Klinsmann. But here is Iacquinta. And good save by Hans-Jörg Butt. And now Bayern could turn it down the other end with Arjen Robben. Arjen Robben, cheeky to Klinsmann, who goes for the back heel finish through the legs. Jürgen Klinsmann, take a bow. What a way to open the scoring in this match for third place. Where was he in the semi-finals? with a finish like that to be appreciated, albeit not by Marco Storari, the keeper. Now Robben wants to add further salt in the wounds, but that's a good save. Follow-up is turned home, and it's a quick-fire double for Jürgen Klinsmann, who's rolling back the years with his predatory instincts. Robben went for the cheeky. Klinsmann went for the poacher's effort. Fine finish from close range. And Jürgen Klinsmann loving himself and loving life in this match for third place. Now the pass forward to Bargstüber. Bayern having a lot better of it. Rudi. Palmed away by Storari. Fizzed in by Iacquinta, but a wayward effort. Those lads have been featured more than once on the cameras. They're enjoying themselves as Robben now. Oh, there is the cheeky finish into the bottom corner. He kept it low this time. He gets his goal. Bayern are running rampant against the old lady. Look at that for a finish, just tweaking the boot. And that time Storari cannot keep it out. 3 goals in less than 3 minutes for Bayern München. After drawing a blank against Real Madrid, they found their finishing touch once again. Gives them a firm grip on a third place finish, but make no mistake, they would have wanted to win this tournament, as they did this time last year. Rafinha, Robben! Oh, the Ribéry-Robben connection restored. Klinsmann. The feel-good factor on the Bayern bench. Robben, Ribéry, Diego Contento and Olic out on the pitch right now for Bayern. Ribéry picks out Robben. Delightful first touch. Now to Olic. And a handball before another inventive finish courtesy of Mr. Wembley. Juve making substitutions. Torricelli is back on. So too Montero. Going to come to Montero here. What can he do down in the corner? Trying to make something happen. Oh, brilliant footwork, but got a touch. And now Robben comes forward again. Arjen Robben. Oh! The toe poke. Past Storari. Eat your heart out, Mr. Wembley. That left foot of his has not lost its magic touch, has it? Danke bitte. Right now, Bayern helping themselves to a healthy lead. Corner uppers. Angelo Di Livio is caught. And again, not the type of surface that you want to take a tumble on. It will leave its mark with a graze or two. Almost like a carpet burn. Right now, Mandzukic being urged to take a step back. Of course, the man who has allegiances to both teams as Juventus pull one back through Moreno Torricelli. Smattering of Juve fans in attendance. Torricelli, he's been one of the characters of the tournament this afternoon. And that is to be appreciated on a day like today. Ah, Olic squeezes the shot through. Although, admittedly, I'm asking who's in goal now for Juventus, because I don't think it's Torari, I don't think it's Cimenti. Through all the bodies. There we see the finish from Torricelli that found the bottom corner. Alessio Tacinari now enters the fray as well as the half-time buzzer goes. Bayern enjoying themselves. And it's 6-1, because we didn't see that effort from Mario Mandzukic. We got it there on the replay, but it's 6-1 to Bayern at half-time. Third place finish firmly in their hands, but they'd have preferred to score a couple of these goals in the semi-final against Real Madrid that they lost 2-0. Given the state of play, Klaus Augenthaler is going to come on, the legend of legends in this Legends team, I think it's fair to say. Getting his minutes. As we've got the action back underway. The referee just bringing a stop to proceedings again, though. Quinta. Got to appreciate the musical ensemble. They've been in fine form this afternoon. Hernandez. Ooh, Starker with the save. Good reactions. Augenthaler. Lovely ball forward, and it finds its way to Mandzukic, who adds a 7th. It all started with Augenthaler, a man who won Bundesliga titles with Bayern as both a player and a coach. And Rudy then picking out Mandzukic, a goal similar to the one we saw in the first game of the Legends Cup. That one was won 4-3 by Bayern. This one a bit more of a blowout in the match for third place. Bit of country roads bringing a bit of the Oktoberfest vibe to the SAP Garden now, as Quinta can't poke it past. Starker, Giovinco sees his shot blocked. Hernandez tries to pick up the pieces here. Juventus trying to make this scoreline look a little bit more respectable. Neat play by Torricelli. Quinta back to goal, looking for Giovinco, who looked like he might have picked up a bit of a knock. Pass for Ribery goes astray. Hernandez to Giovinco. Hat-trick scorer, and gets his 4th against Bayern of this tournament. His 6th overall. Unfortunately, this time around, nothing more than a consolation effort at 7-3. Still a neat finish into the bottom corner. Darker could do little about it. Robin to Rafinha. They were a wonderful duo down the right wing for Bayern over the years. Hernandez squeezes that one through, but not on the inside of the post. Rafinha to Ribery. Archduber. Let's Robin take over. Sorted out his footwear. Now gets it back from Rafinha. Ribery gets involved. Oh, lovely play. So close to completely breaking Juventus down, but Ribery's pass a touch overcooked, looking for Rafinha. Robin looking for the 1-2. Oh, it works out in the end. A lucky bounce of the ball, and Robin taps home 8-3. Another match for third place. The highest scoring game of the Legends Cup 2026. Bayern putting on a bit of a show after defeating the semi-finals to Real Madrid. 11 goals shared. More than a goal a minute scored in this match. From a neutral perspective, to be appreciated. Now Rafinha, Ribery. Cimenti was expecting the shot, it didn't come. Ribery. Bit of a basketball feel now to the game. Ribery and Robin combine. Could we get double digits here for Bayern? Cimenti again, quick to go to ground. Leaves a leg out, Robin. A little less driven competitively in this game than he was in the semi-final against Real Madrid. All chance for Juve to pull it back to 8-4, but sent wide. Robin to Contento, Ribery waits to Robin! It's number 9 for Bayern. As Arjen Robben gets another goal to his name. Bayern running riot. 1 goal away from breaking double digits. Jürgen Klinsmann's back on. Maybe he can get his hat-trick after opening the scoring with a quick-fire double. Giovinco. They're looking for an act of defiance once again, Juventus, with Iachinta. Lovely footwork by Iachinta. Just about gets away with overrunning it. Giovinco, lovely pass, and it's a tidy finish in the end from Mark Iliano. The goals have flowed freely in this match for third. Whether it will in the final between Real Madrid and Dortmund remains to be seen. The count's at 13 as Bayern look for a 14th. So does Iachinta, still battling away for the chance. Goes to the back heel. Blocked by Robin. The battle still rages on. Robin, taking a few risks down by his own goal line, but he's still got it, doesn't he, Arjen Robben? Cheeky flick at the heel, it needed more angle on it. Cimenti, he's been looking for a goal. Will he get it now? The battle of keepers. Starker comes out on top. And that is that. Emphatic 9-4 win for Bayern München, who really put on a show there after the semi-final defeat to Real Madrid. They do win third place for what it counts. Some wonderful moments there in a free scoring affair between two giants of European football, two absolutely legendary teams. And everyone all smiles at the end of things, but it means we're down to our final fixture at the Legends Cup 2026. Who will be crowned the winners? Will it be Borussia Dortmund? Or will it be Real Madrid? It promises to be quite the spectacle. Something tells me we might not get as many goals as we just got in the match for third place. I imagine it might be a little bit tighter, more competitive, more hard fought. Real Madrid and Dortmund both want to win. Bayern won this tournament this time last year in the name of Franz Beckenbauer, the Bayern legend, but there is going to be a new name on the trophy this time around. So join us again shortly for Borussia Dortmund against Real Madrid, the final of the Legends Cup 2026.
ihr könnt es natürlich auch akzeptieren. FC Bayern hat noch ein tolles Spiel hingelegt, Spiel um Platz 3. Und für diesen guten Zweck, Franziska, den wir hier wirklich in den Mittelpunkt stellen, da können wir auch ein Finale feiern zwischen Borussia Dortmund und Real Madrid. Schauen wir mal, was das wird in Kürze. Wir haben vorher allerdings heute auch noch außergewöhnliche sportliche Leistungen gegeben.
Genau, die Allianz, offizieller Platin-Partner des Legends Cup, hat sich was überlegt. Und zwar sehen wir jetzt gleich drumherum die 3 schönsten Paraden der Allianz Legendary Saves dieses Turniers. Seid mal gespannt.
Schaut euch das bitte an auf unseren Cubes. Die schwersten Torwartparaden heute Nachmittag bei diesem Turnier. Und da schauen wir jetzt gleich an, bitte schön. Regie einfach anfangen. Das sind jetzt einfach nur von uns, also die von den Kollegen auch vom Fernsehen, die 3 besten. Das ist Nummer 3. Das ist genau Eintracht von Celtic FC. Tolle Parade. Zweiter Vorschlag. Schaut doch mal das an. Und schwer zu gewinnen. Roman Weidenfeller war das. Eine tolle Parade. Und das war natürlich der Riesenschuss nach diesem Victor Torres von Real Madrid. Das war eine tolle Parade. So, Freunde.
Und jetzt seid ihr dran, denn wir wollen natürlich auch den Torhüter des Turniers wählen. Ihr dürft das übernehmen, die Allianz-Absicherung des Turniers. Passt sehr gut. Wir geben euch 3 Torhüter zur Auswahl. Also wir sagen sie euch einmal und danach stimmen wir ab mit.
Wir können einfach nochmal die Szenen einspielen. Und ganz ehrlich, ihr sollt diese Entscheidung fällen. Das wollen nicht wir machen. Wer war für euch der Torwart des Turniers? Also wer hat hier eigentlich mit die beste Parade gemacht? Ja, wer hat am Tor verhindert? Wollen wir das noch probieren? Und je nachdem, euer Favorit, ihr müsst einfach nur laut sein. Ihr müsst einfach nur Gas geben. Dann schauen wir uns doch gleich nochmal die Nummer 3 an. Das war unser Vorwärts Schottland. Michael McGovern von Celtic FC. Wenn wir hier nochmal reinstehen, ganz kurz bitte. Große Sympathie hier für unsere Freunde. Aber die Parade von Roman Weidenfeller, die hat es natürlich auch mit sich. Wer ist der Meinung, dass das die Parade ist? Oder was da kommt, ist die Differenzieren, damit wir es auch wirklich einhalten. Victor Torres von Real Madrid hat sehr, sehr stark gehalten im Spiel gegen den FC Bayern. Dann würde ich mal vorschlagen, herzlichen Glückwunsch an Michael McGovern von Celtic FC. Abgesetzt gleich gemacht. Absicherung, oder? Thank you.
Wir haben uns jetzt, glaube ich, bereit. Langsam für das große Finale.
Welcome back. One last game left in the Legends Cup 2026, and we need to crown a winner. James Surrogate, match commentator, and delighted to have the pleasure of your company for the showpiece events at the end of what has been a spectacular afternoon of football at the SAP Garden. Legends rolling back the years, giving us a hark back to their former glories. Some wonderful goals that have caught the eye for a variety of different reasons. And it all boils down to this match between two teams, Real Madrid and Borussia Dortmund. And after Real Madrid beat Bayern in the semi-finals, Sonny tells me I know who the home crowd will be backing. Can Dortmund follow in Bayern's footsteps by beating Real Madrid in the final of this tournament? Bayern triumphant last time around. This time around, we are going to have a new winner, but who will it be? This was in the men's game in 2024, the Champions League final, won 2-0 by Real Madrid. Of course, it has absolutely no bearing on this game whatsoever, in a completely different format, in very different circumstances. But we're hoping for the final to live up to its billing. We got 13 goals in the match for third place between Bayern and Juventus. How many will we get in the final? Send in your predictions in the YouTube chat. Let me know what you think the final score will be, who will come out on top, and let me know who you think your MVP of the tournament has been. It doesn't even have to be someone featuring in the final. I would love to know your opinions. We've had some wonderful comments come in from the chat, so just put your rage bait to one side for one moment. Let me know your opinions. Give me some scoreline predictions. Maybe who will get the goals. I think Dortmund will certainly be the beneficiaries of the home crowd. The tension rising before the final. Got 4-3 Dortmund prediction, 5-2 Dortmund. Mats Hummels been the MVP. 8-2 Dortmund. Well, that would be spicy, Mr. Spicy. Well, everyone's backing Dortmund in the chat. But this is the final countdown. You gotta love the pre-match ambience. But now, the action ready to get underway. It is the final of the Legends Cup 2026. It is Dortmund against Real Madrid. Dortmund in their black and yellow, Real Madrid in their all-white. Dortmund have already beaten Real once this afternoon. Can they do it a second time to crown themselves champions of the Legends Cup? Petric draws the early foul. An early indicator that this is still going to be a very competitive game. It might just be a Legends tournament in the eyes of some. Make no mistake, these players are enjoying the hark back to their more competitive times. As we see a foul there by Garcia on Mladen Petric, one of the top goal scorers in the tournament this afternoon. Although I should say evening now, because we are approaching 7 o'clock local time. Grosskreutz and Overmuyela combined, back to Hummels it goes. Movement from Overmuyela. And Grosskreutz as then Hummels looked just to sneak it in at the near post. Ovo battling away. Two elite defenders, but that's well worked, and what a goal! That is a five-a-side goal if ever I've seen one, and Ruben de la Red, who has been one of the stars of the show for Real Madrid, with another eye-catching highlight there to provide the assist for Callahan. It is Real Madrid who strike first in the final. They're looking to go one better than the Beckenbauer Cup when they were beaten 4-0 by the hosts. They exacted their revenge in the semi-finals, and now they can clinch the title if they come out on top against Dortmund. A trip there from Ruben de la Red. Free kick, he wanted it to be taken quickly. Nice forward roll. Lacked a few style points though, in all honesty. I like the prediction of Ramos getting a red card, but that might be difficult given the fact that he's not part of this Legends team. Weidenfeller got fingertips to the ball. It's a corner to Real Madrid. On the front foot early. Hummels does well to find Weidenfeller. Now wants the ball back from Grosskreutz, but Callahan cuts it out, and Ruben de la Red, what can he conjure up now? Ruben de la Red. Ovo across to cover. Garcia. Rebound. Drops Real Madrid's way as Hummels loses the 50-50, and snapshot there from Fernando Sanz. Oh, we really have had an eclectic choice of music tonight. Everything from umpire music by the brass band. Now we're treated to a little bit of DMX. Quite the contrast, courtesy of the DJ. Hummels, so nice outside of the boot pass. Now Ruben Delared, whether he knew much about it or not, wins out. Now it comes back to Hummels. He's got space to pick his shot. Contreras off his line to close down the angle and make a sharp save. Petric. I think it's Callahan that stayed down for Real Madrid as Petric battles away against Contreras. Right now a stoppage in play so that Jose Callahan can receive treatment. See if we can see what happened here. Oof. He's just had the wind knocked out of him. There, a sharp save by Pedro Contreras to keep out Mats Hummels. Sharp reflexes for a 54-year-old. After having the wind knocked out of him, Callahan gets his breath back, and it's a chance for all of the players just to catch a quick breather. Changes made as Hummels and Socrates are joined by Klinger and Park. Hummels another very ambitious effort. As you can tell, very comfortable with the ball at either foot. A couple of more whistles emerging. Of course, Real Madrid had a fair few whistles of their own after the cup defeat to second-tier Albacete. 3-2 loss. It was virtually the last kick of the game, a rather embarrassing result for Real in what was Alvaro Arbeloa's first game after Xabi Alonso's dismissal. Did bounce back to winning ways on the weekend, but still nothing short of unacceptable for a team like Real Madrid to be knocked out of a cup competition in those circumstances. Klinger's pass did Socrates no favours, but he will happily hold off two in white as he finds Hummels. Closed down by Delared. Goes past Delared. And Socrates couldn't quite produce that backheel finish that we saw from him in the game against Real Madrid in the group stages. Fizzed in by Hummels from the corner. Now Delared comes away with it, and he's one-on-one with Weidenfeller. He buries the chance. Well, he has been one of the stars of the show, the Legends Cup 2026, Ruben Delared. Another brace for him in the final to add to the brace he scored in the semi-finals. Here's a man who has stepped up in the big moments for Real Madrid. They might have lost that game against Dortmund, but they've won when it matters as Socrates tries to get a goal back unsuccessfully. Dortmund running into very much the same problems that Bayern did. That their chances are half chances, not clear-cut ones. They're being held at bay and forced to resort to shots from outside the area. Hummels doesn't win out against Perez, and it's all the way back to Contreras now. You can see the intention with that pass, but he didn't quite pull it off. Well, all those predictions of Borussia Dortmund winning this final looking a little shaky. Fußball Bester hasn't given up though. He still reckons it's going to be 21-2 to Dortmund. They need a goal soon if that's going to be the case. Again, not a multi-ball tournament. No need for that. Klinger to take the corner. Olala again asked to back up. As the first half comes to nothing for Borussia Dortmund. It is 2-0 to Real Madrid at the halfway stage of the final of the Legends Cup 2026. Is there a response from Dortmund? Are Real Madrid going to claim the title that they fell just short of last year? Weidenfeller well beaten by two Ruben Delared efforts. But this is a final that has certainly not run its course yet. I've got to say, one of the stars of the show this afternoon, the brass band, they've been magnificent, adding to the atmosphere and the party ambience at the SAP Garden. Oh, can Dortmund get a goal back to reduce the arrears? They need one early in the second half as Socrates trying to do it all on his own, and he does. Inside 10 seconds, Dortmund put a goal back in his game on once again at the Legends Cup final. Socrates, he might have been a defender by trade in his heyday, but he has put on a show going forward. He and Martin Petric, arguably, with two of the goals of the tournament. More time wasting from Real Madrid, drawing the ire of the home crowd. The whistles can be heard as Weidenfeller goes for the long throw and Contreras with the header. Weidenfeller gets it back now. Socrates calls for width. But again, he's one-on-one with his man, and something tells me he's going to want to take on Perez. He does! Oh, Socrates! Like a Greek god, just taking it on his shoulders. Coming up with a two-goal salvo to completely change the complexion of this final, all on his own. Yeah, maybe Fußball Bester wasn't wrong. There might be a Dortmund comeback in it after all. Real Madrid are all personas non grata here at the SAP Garden, but this is a team and a set of players that I'm sure no strangers to playing the role of villain at times. Short pass, and well, Petric wanted to latch onto it. Contreras with a shot in the end. Can they complete the comeback? Grosskreutz, Schmelzer waits in the middle. Oh, surely he wants a hat-trick now, Socrates. That's well played to retain possession. Up against Olala, turns the corner. Half cross, half shot in the end. Picked off by Contreras. Now he does the defending as well and forces the mistake out of the Real Madrid goalkeeper. Grosskreutz. Contreras equal to the effort. Mr. Spicy saying that Socrates has turned into prime R9. Don't forget, we saw a fan getting his hair cut in that R9 haircut earlier. I just want to know whether it was by choice or not. Delared! Oh. Right now we've got a battle of the hat-trick heroes. Will it be Ruben Delared or Socrates that gets it? Dortmund are in front in the Legends Cup final. And it's Mats Hummels who gets in on the goal-scoring act. An effort that looked all too simple despite an attempted trip there by Ruben Delared. A little untoward there from the Real Madrid striker. But Dortmund are ahead. The comeback is complete, but now they need to complete the victory. Hummels tees it up, it's off the bar by Petric, just needed to keep it down. Yes, Christian Bartel points out a remontada. Oh dear, it's all getting a little feisty now in the final. Real Madrid, oh, almost like the pantomime villains here at the SAP Garden. Socrates protecting Callahan, a man who loves the heat of the battle. The Greek centre-back turned goal scorer. Oh my goodness, I mean that, what is going on there between the two men with a brace? Della Red, I don't know why he takes exception to Socrates. He brought it all upon himself. There was no need for the wrestling match. Aye, aye, aye. Calm it down, lads. Come on. We're all enjoying a nice day at the office. Not an easy situation for the referee to handle. Has Della Red been given his marching orders? I don't think so. He's just been brought off to be replaced by Fernando Sanz. A chance just to cool off. Just like the semi-final with Bayern. Real Madrid never far removed from a feisty fixture. It's ingrained in them, isn't it? But this is a Legends Cup, not the WWE. Socrates can he's still getting rather handsy there with Juanjo Alala. Oh, Weidenfeller has to make the save and Socrates scrambles clear. Oh, Petric looking to turn provider, and that was a vital touch by Callahan. Petric battles away, I tell you what. 2 minutes or just under 2 to go. Socrates wants the foul, gets the foul, draws it off Olala. Socrates, he's just playing up to it now. But that was a clear foul. I mean, it's a clear trip, there's no doubt about it. Weidenfeller to Petric. Fourth goal for Dortmund. Probably kills off the fight back, if there is one from Real Madrid. Ooh, Weidenfeller. Bit of a hairy moment. Dortmund intent on defending. Contreras will get involved in the build-up play. As a result, as the extra man. Goes for goal himself, but that was more goal kick than goal-bound effort. Real Madrid fans might be having flashbacks to that cup defeat to Albacete, albeit slightly different circumstances. Shouldn't rub it in too much, should we, though? They have bounced back to winning ways after all. Hummels. Hummels. A little selfish in the end, Mats Hummels. Could have killed it off by squaring to Petric, but here is Petric, goes for the cheeky chip. Ovo with the front foot defending. Helped out by Petric. Can they find the outlet, Real Madrid? Oh, Petric! Denied by Contreras. 30 seconds remain. Contreras knows that time is of the essence. Goes for goal straight at Weidenfeller. No back pass allowed. As a result, Weidenfeller pumps it down the other end. Now Contreras clips forward. Well, Weidenfeller doesn't get it clear. Oh! On the line was Olala, but he couldn't get enough of his head on the ball. A glancing header needed to be firmer, and that might be the final chance of this final. So close to an equaliser. Hummels now Oh, give it to Socrates for his hat-trick, please, Mats. That was a gripping end to proceedings at the Legends Cup 2026, but Borussia Dortmund follow in Bayern München's footsteps by being crowned champions, coming from 2-0 down against Real Madrid to clinch their piece of silverware. Beaten in the semi-finals by Bayern in the Beckenbauer Cup, they've now gone one better to lift the trophy themselves. Ruben de la Red, one of the stars of the show for Real Madrid. Petric, Hummels, but for me, Socrates, the star of the show for Borussia Dortmund. He was absolutely sensational. And again, it was almost like he hasn't aged a day, Socrates, not just in the way he looks, but the way he performed as well. But he was a centre-back by trade. Today, he turned into striker supreme. And Real Madrid, for a second year in a row, are beaten in the final by German opposition. Tough pill to swallow, having been 2-0 up. They did have chances to score more, but they couldn't. And while the rather ambitious predictions we saw in the YouTube comments before this game didn't really hit their mark, well, those who predicted Dortmund to win did, even if it wasn't quite by the 21-2 scorelines we saw. Nevertheless, I think it's fair to say everyone has certainly enjoyed their day at the SAP Garden. A tournament that really delivered on so many different fronts. And yeah, let me know who is your MVP, your man of the match from the final. Who is your favourite player from the tournament? Maybe let me know what your favourite goal was. Dortmund doing to Real Madrid what Albacete did to them in the Cup a few days ago, this time in a Legends tournament. Five-a-side, all very different, but you've got to appreciate the way football throws up those storylines sometimes. Mr. Spicy says Hummels is his MVP. Certainly one of the candidates. Evan agrees. Bois says, I love Mats Hummels. So I don't think you're alone in that. Yeah, Real Madrid might be a side that's all about win-win-win, but it's not always the way it works out. And I think Borussia Dortmund, in the end, worthy winners because they won every single game they played. 5 out of 5. No, excuse me, 4 out of 8. That's 4 out of 4. Let me correct myself. Didn't play that many games. 2 in the group stages, 1 in the semi-final, 1 in the final. 4. They won 4 out of 4. And at that point, you've got to say worthy winners. Ahmad and Petric probably got the goal of the tournament in that bicycle kick against Celtic. Though I got to say, I still like the Socrates pirouette and then tap in on the goal line. Simply because Mladen Petric is a player, we all know he can produce goals like he produced. I didn't know that Socrates had it in his locker to score the type of goals that he did today, and so close to a hat-trick in at the final. And we will hang around for the winners' ceremony as well, so don't go anywhere if you want to tune in for that. The title lift and all. Socrates having a little chat with some of the reporters in attendance.
I'm proud that I
Unfortunately, we
come
don't
here,
quite have the feed for
and,
the interview.
you know,
otherwise
I see players,
would-
my teammates, that is healthy.
Oh, I'll
they
take it
can
back, we
run,
do.
they are fit. So this for me is the most important.
Is there one of the players that you really love to see, that you didn't saw for a long time, that you were happy to see again?
I didn't show much Hummels, and you know, we play many years together, and so we have a lot of things to set now after the game.
How will you enjoy this day, this evening?
Perfect. Also the stadium, organization, I said, very good. The pitch is very good, and I hope that next year I come again and maybe we win.
Thank you very much. Papa Socrates.
Now, Socrates Papastathopoulos, one of the longest names ever to grace German football, but one of the greatest defenders ever to do it as well. And today he put on a bit of a show. But yes, Mats Hummels is getting a lot of love in the YouTube comments. And Tyson saying, Robin is the real king of football. What a player. Oh, Kevin asking, is this a live game? Sorry, Kevin, you're a little late to the party. That was the final of the Legends Cup. We've had the group stages, we've had the semi-finals, we've had the final. The good news is on YouTube, you can watch it all back at your own leisure to enjoy all the highlights, and there were plenty today. And now all that is left is to crown the winners, the worthy winners. This time it's not the hosts, Bayern München. Instead, it is their Der Klassiker counterparts, Borussia Dortmund. Here, a review of all the scores. And what a feast of football it was for the fans in attendance. Goals everywhere you look. A Torfestival, as they would call it here in Germany, a goal festival. In the end, all these high-scoring affairs resulted in a nail-biting final between Dortmund and Real Madrid, won by Dortmund 3-2. A comeback inspired by the man we just heard from, Socrates, the Dortmund defender turned star striker in the final. To those saying goodbye and thank you in the chat, thanks for joining. It was a pleasure to have your company. For those of you hanging around to see Dortmund crowned winners, then you are the loyal ones, and you are much appreciated in situations like this. Stefan Lehmann, the stadium announcer, going through the pomp and circumstance. Looks like he's joined there by Bayern Club President Herbert Heiner. And I think this Legends tournament is going to become a bit of a tradition here in Munich. Yes, the inaugural tournament was in honor of the legendary Franz Beckenbauer, who had passed away earlier that year. But I think it sparked something, and I think everyone's really enjoyed it. The SAP Garden is a wonderful spot to host a tournament like this, and the turnout's brilliant as well. These players will hang around even if the tournament didn't go their way. Ruben Delared still looks a little disappointed that the final was lost by Real Madrid, but something tells me a beverage or two after the game will bring about the camaraderie again. It'll edge off the competitive nature that was prevalent at times. Giovanni Elba maybe giving Socrates his flowers there for some of the finishes that he would have been proud of, the Brazilian striker. He, of course, was the two-goal hero when Bayern won the final of the Beckenbauer Cup last year. This time Elba not quite as prolific or as prominent for Philipp Lahm's side. Herbert Heiner, the Bayern president, trying to talk to Mats Hummels and try and get his attention. Hummels, her too, listen to me. Herbert Heiner saying how nice it is to see so many personalities show up for a tournament like this. Said it's a perfect stage for players like this. Legends of the game everywhere you look. Crediting the fans with a fantastic turnout as well. Thanking everyone that has made the trip. The Legends Cup stays in Germany, but this time it's not Bayern München, but Borussia Dortmund who will lift the title and wear the winners' medals. Herbert Heiner, the club president, there announcing that over 100,000 euros has been raised for charity today, hence the round of applause as well. A wonderful turnout. a wonderful reception for this tournament and a wonderful result with the money raised. And there's still time for a signature or two on the sidelines before everything comes to an end. But again, these are the types of afternoons that football's all about. It's the sport that can unite us. A sport that can provide euphoria and joy. And a sense of connection and community as well. And these legends are responsible for many a fond memory. There you can see the comically big check made out for 100,000 to a local charity. Just adds a little bit of gloss on proceedings this afternoon, that it was all for a good cause. And it was all in good spirits. Sebastian Rohde, Philipp Lahm, former Bayern teammates there, having a little catch-up out on the pitch. Goalkeeper of the tournament goes the way of Michael McGovern. One of the stars of the show in the group stages, even if Celtic got knocked out. The people in the YouTube comments were comparing him to Manuel Neuer. And he gets the goalkeeper of the tournament award. A little wry smile on his face, I think. He knows that's quite the acknowledgement. Ruben De La Red credited with being the top goal scorer of the tournament. 2 goals in the semi-final against Bayern, 2 goals in the final against Dortmund. It was enough against Bayern, it wasn't enough against Borussia Dortmund. But he was one of the standout performers, the Spaniard. The Euro 2008 winner. And an individual accolade at the end of it all. Now Real Madrid don't end empty-handed. I think they'd have preferred to get their hands on the Legends Cup though. I think that was goal of the tournament being given to Mladen Petric for that bicycle kick against Celtic. Another worthy recipient. It might have actually, sorry, I missed the announcement. It might have been player of the tournament, which might be why he has a grin on his face, because he might have believed that maybe other of his teammates were more worthy as the winner. If it was goal of the tournament, then he is certainly a worthy recipient. Evan saying that Petric's goal deserved the Puskás award. I'll tell you what, he had, it was the player of the tournament going the way of the Croatian. There you go. He was right up there with Mats Hummels, Socrates, amongst the Dortmund ranks. Bayern legends getting a worthy reception, including Klaus Augenthaler. As Bayern get the bronze medal this time around. Augenthaler, a 7-time Bundesliga champion, a World Cup winner in 1990. A glorious player in his heyday. Nice to see him part of the Legends team. Giovanni Elber apologising to the president and saying we gave everything. Something tells me Herbert Heine are not taking this particular event as seriously as maybe other competitions that Bayern are in this season, but happy to dish out the bronze medals. Diego Contento, Holger Bartstuber, Mark van Bommel, Ivica Olic, Mario Mandzukic, Arjen Robben. Bayern did really bring out the big guns for this tournament. Everyone enjoying a bit of a catch-up at the same time as getting their medals. Robben didn't know he was next in line. Come on. Stop chatting, Arjen. We've got to get on with the medal-giving ceremony. You've got a trophy to dish out as well. But even Herbert Heine can't help but having a chat with the legends like Jürgen Klinsmann as well. Roy Mackay, part of the coaching staff, along with Philip Lahm and the always smiling Brazilian that is Paulo Sergio. Now, it's hard not to have a smile etched on your face watching this go on at the SAP Garden. A couple of bronze medals left over. Could be a collector's item for someone. Congratulations to Real Madrid for finishing in second place. They're being ushered forward to get their medals as well. Not the colour they wanted, not the colour they're used to winning. But today, they have to accept their fate in the Legends Cup as they, for a second year running, fall short in the final. Last time around, it was Bayern dishing out the defeat. This time it was Dortmund. And they had their chances, Bayern, in the semi-final against Real Madrid. Arjen Robben, one of the guilty parties when it came to not converting. Don't think he's that bothered about it now, though. He was after the final whistle. He was a very frustrated Flying Dutchman. Now, once again, it's all smiles, as we are now going to crown our winners. Of course, a round of applause for Celtic, Eintracht Frankfurt and Juventus, who were part of this magnificent Legends Cup. Yes, there's a tournament for a good cause. A reminder, over 100,000 euros raised. Borussia Dortmund, now it is your moment. Legends Cup 2026 winners, courtesy of a 3-2 win against Real Madrid in the final. The goal scored by Socrates, who bagged a brace, and Mats Hummels, his fellow centre-back. And they will take their moment on the podium with a bit of ticker tape, some confetti, and a trophy to boot. Yeah, many of these Dortmund players were part of the last title-winning Dortmund side when they won the league and cup double back in 2012, building on the Bundesliga title win from 2011. If only their side could get back to title-winning ways in tournaments that weren't five-a-side and featuring legends. Something tells me that's not going to happen this season. Niko Kovac, their head coach, has already admitted that Bayern are basically uncatchable at the top of the table in the Bundesliga. Right now, they are still unbeaten, Bayern, with an 11-point lead over Dortmund in second place, on course to make it 2 Bundesliga titles out of 2 under Vincent Kompany. Today, though, our focus is on the legends. Legends that already stepped up to the mark to put on quite the show here at the SAP Garden. A thrilling tournament from start to finish. A feast and festival of football. But the winners, a side who won all 4 matches, Borussia Dortmund are Legends Cup 2026 winners. Congratulations to BVB. The best team in the tournament with the best player in the tournament crowned as Mladen Petric. They add to their legendary status with a Legends Cup win. James Thorogood, your match commentator. Thank you to Mario Hara, who took charge of the first couple of games as well. It was our pleasure to bring you coverage of this Legends Cup 2026 from the SAP Garden. From wherever in the world you were tuning in from, it was a real delight to be joined by you. For now, we will sign off. Dortmund the champions. Thanks for joining.